Next is a press interview with His Divinity Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 16th, 1976, in Chandigarh, India.
There are two things, material and spiritual. That is the beginning of instruction of the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna begins with this statement that this body is not the person, the soul is the person. Asmin dehe, within this body there is the soul. And he has explained in different ways that this body is antabhakti me deha. This body is perishable, but the soul is not perishable. Na annate annamane sarire. That even after the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed. Na jayate na mriyate mahakadachi. The soul never takes birth, never dies. Nitya sasatayam na hannate hannamane. There are so many things explain what is the soul. So without this soul, this body is useless. That everyone can understand. Therefore, the importance should be given to the soul, not to the body. Krishna says that anyone who is Pandit in knowledge, he does not give any importance to the body, either living or dead. So the India's particular culture is how to elevate the soul to the highest platform of perfection. That is India's culture. The whole Vedic literature is meant for that. And Bhagavad Gita is the essence of all Vedic literature. And the purpose is that soul is now entrapped within this material world, and the human life is the opportunity for getting oneself out of this entrapment of material existence. So if we do not take care of this important business of human life, as it is explained in the Vedanta Sutra, Athata Brahma Jigyasa. This life is meant for understanding about the Brahma, or this spirit, soul. And there are two kinds of spirit soul. One is called the super soul, and the other is called the individual soul. That is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Kshetrajna, this chapter. Kshetra means this body, and Kshetrajna means one who knows about the body. You know about your body, not fully, but at least partially. Every one of us will know, this is my body, I I bought this body from such father and mother, this body belongs to such and such country, and so on. This is one knowledge. So another soul is there. That is the Supreme Lord, Krishna. He says that Kshetrangan chapi manavidhi sarvakhetre sukha. That is super soul. Ishara sarvabhutanam niddesha arjuna tishtati. He is everywhere, within this universe, even within the atom. That is super soul. That super soul is the distinction between soul and the super soul is this, that we are individual soul. I know about the pains and pleasure of my body. You know the pains and pleasure of your body, but I do not know the pains and pleasure of your body. You do not know the pains and pleasure of my body. The super soul, he knows the pains and pleasure of whole body. That is the distinction. Atma, Paramatma. So, these things can be understood in the human form of life. The cats and dogs, they cannot understand. If we want to educate the cats and dogs that, my dear dog, you are not this body, you are different from this body, you are spirit soul, Brahma, he has no capacity to understand. And a human being, however fallen he may be, if he is educated, he can understand about the position of spirit soul and how to become free from this material bondage. In India, we have got immense Vedic literature for understanding this business of the soul, and in human form of body, if we do not take care of the spiritual portion of our life, then we are making suicide. That is the proposal of all great personalities is born in India. Acharyas, like recent, formerly there were big acharyas like Vyasdev and others, Devala, many acharyas, and the recent within say 1,500 years there were many acharyas like Ramanujan, Samudracharya, Vishnu Swami, and within 500 years Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they have also given us many literatures about this spiritual knowledge, but at the present moment this spiritual knowledge is neglected. So, it is the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message to the whole world that every one of you become Guru, spiritual master. So, how everyone can become a spiritual master? To become a spiritual master is not easy job. One must be very learned, a scholar, and must have full realization of the self and everything. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us a little formula that if you strictly follow the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, and if you preach the purpose of Bhagavad Gita, then you become Guru. The exact words used in Bengali, it is said, Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna upadesh. To become Guru is very difficult job, but if you simply carry the message of Bhagavad Gita and try to convince anyone you meet, then you become a Guru. So our this Krishna consciousness movement is meant for this purpose. We are presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any malinterpretation. If we interpret Bhagavad Gita in our own way, that is not very good. If you have got a different opinion, you can preach your philosophy, everyone is free, but one should not take Bhagavad Gita and through Bhagavad Gita one will try to preach his own philosophy. That is very bad. You should not do that. Then the authority of Bhagavad Gita is lost. If everyone can interpret in his own way, then where is the authority of the Bhagavad Gita? Just like in the Vedas, we take Vedas as the authority. But if you interpret in your own way and squeeze out some meaning in your own way, then where is the authority of the Vedas? So, our special stress on this point is that don't squeeze out some meaning of Bhagavad Gita for your own convenience. Present Bhagavad Gita as it is, and people will be benefited. And that is being practically seen. We are preaching Bhagavad Gita as it is. You have seen our book?
When can we put questions?
Yes, let me finish. That we are presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is, and it is being accepted all over the world. People are very much, those who are scholars, they say that even Radha Krishna and Aurobindo, they presented Bhagavad Gita making some compromise with Western ideas. But here is presentation of Bhagavad Gita in India's original traditional way. So they welcome it. And this is our, object also, that we cannot allow Bhagavad Gita to be understood by anyone's imagination. No. That is not possible. And that is not allowed in the Bhagavad Gita by the author. Krishna says in the 4th chapter that as soon as the parampara system of understanding is lost, then the whole thing is lost. In the 4th chapter it is said, find out, 4th chapter. Why don't you bring another copy?
Here is one.
4th chapter you find, Evam parampara praptam imam rajarsayo vidu. Krishna says that this Bhagavad Gita knowledge was first of all given to 4th chapter.
Text 2.
Yes. Imam vivassati yugam pratyavanaham abhyam Vivasyan manoviprapi manuikha kavibravit evang parampara praptam evang rajasayo vidu sakalena yoganasta parantam. Now this parampara system being lost, I am again reviving the Bhagavad Gita again to you, Arjuna. That means the author says, if one does not understand Bhagavad Gita through the parampara system, then the whole thing is lost. So, you cannot interpret Bhagavad Gita in your own way, then the authority and the purport of Bhagavad Gita is lost. So, we are trying to revive this parampara system, and fortunately we have sold millions of copies of this edition of Bhagavad Gita. We are printing 500,000, 300,000 like that. And all over the world, there are many Bhagavad Gita. There are about 640 different editions, but still this Bhagavad Gita as it is being accepted very widely, and therefore we are very much hopeful. And as practical example you can see, so many European, American, they are taken to this Krishna consciousness very seriously. And before this movement, many Swamis, yogis and scholars went to the foreign countries, but not a single person became a devotee of Krishna. That's a fact. Not a single person. But now, because Bhagavad Gita is being presented as it is, so many thousands, they are becoming devotees of Krishna, Krishna consciousness. So, this movement has practical effect, and both in the scholarly and people in general circle, and as advised by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, India should take this movement very seriously and send many trained teachers so that India's glories will be enhanced. People will take it very seriously.
Ask your question now.
So, who initiated you into this movement?
My Guru Maharaj. You saw my Guru Maharaj's picture here. Here is the picture.
Here, Anjali right here.
He asked me to do this.
Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhu.
But he is seat here in India.
Yes, founder of the Gaudiya Math.
Gaudiya Math.
Yes, he is the founder of Gaudiya. He advised me to take up this movement when I was 25 years old, young man. But at that time I thought that I am a married man. Let me wait. So waiting. When I returned, I was born in 1896, so I retired in 1954. That means I retired at the age of 58 years. At 58 years, then I remained as Vanaprastha in Vrindavan. Up to 70th year of my age. Then I thought that Guru Maharaj asked me to do this at the age of, when I was 25 years old, I could not do it. So let me try. So by his grace and Krishna's grace, it became little successful. In 1965, I went to New York without any help. But gradually, in 1966, I registered this Krishna consciousness movement in New York. Then gradually it spread all America, Europe, Australia, Canada, like that.
What is the reason of the success of our mission in the foreign countries?
What is that?
What is the reason of your success in foreign countries?
Yes, that is very intelligent question. We are after material civilization and they are fed up with material civilization. That is the position. We are now trying to imitate them, a skyscraper building, but they are disgusted with skyscraper building. These boys, they are coming from very respectable family, rich family, and especially in America, there is no question of poor man. There is no question of poor man. But still, they do not like the materialistic way of life of their father and grandfathers.
But would that not mean that because they are rich, they can afford religion?
No. That is it. Because you are, we have already explained, you are a spiritual being. You cannot be satisfied with material atmosphere in any stage. Just like a fish is an animal of the water. If you bring the fish from water and keep on the land very comfortably, it cannot be comfortable. It is impossible. Similarly, we are all spiritual beings. Any amount of material comforts will never satisfy us unless we come to the spiritual plane. That is the demand. So now, they are satisfied their material demands, but the urge is there, I want something more to be had, and that is spiritual.
Do you think there is a necessity to open a ministry of religion?
I think so, because there is a cultural department in the central government, but they do not know what is culture. That's it.
What is the difference between God consciousness and Krishna consciousness?
There is no difference. The same thing. Krishna is God.
Are you making any opposition to the church?
No. That is very favorable.
No opposition to the church?
No. Otherwise it was impossible. At least in America, they have never prevented me, but in Europe, especially in England and Germany, the Christian group, they are little angry with me. So far America, they are very liberal. They never put any impediments in my movement. Rather, government appreciates. They appreciate in one point that the American younger generation, they have become addicted to this LSD, intoxication. And they have spent millions of dollars to stop this, but they could not. But they are surprised that as soon as this LSD man becomes my disciple, he gives up English.
Sir, apart from Catholicity of the American Church, what can be the other reasons of their indifference towards your proselytizing?
Not indifference. They are, you say, there is a remark of a politician, there is no indifference. They are appreciating that it is spreading like epidemic. There is no question of indifference. But the leaders, they appreciate. Some of the fathers of my disciples, they come to offer their thanks. Swamiji, it is a great fortune for us that you have come to our country. They say like that. They appreciate that their sons who are going to be hippies, now they are devotees, God conscious. So, any sane man will never object to this. The priests also, they say that these boys are our boys in Boston, one priest said, and they never cared to come to the church or inquire about God. And now, these boys are mad after God. Not only that, practically, in many places we have purchased churches and converted into temples. So, we see these churches were sold because nobody was coming. But since this movement is there, the same church is there, and the same persons are there, you will find all as it is crowded. This is practical. I have not imported men from India to fill up the temples. They are men, and they are church. But the philosophy is different. It is famous.
Could you give us the number, how many temples are there in foreign countries?
I have established 102 temples, small and big. Out of them, very big temples are in Los Angeles, in London, in Hawaii, Honolulu, in Detroit, and
New York, Chicago,
Toronto, Montreal, Paris. So very, very big temple. The cost is sometimes 50 lakhs, 55 lakhs each temple.
New York is more than $1 million. New York temple.
Do you have any proposal to spread this movement in communist countries?
Yes, we have already gone. I had been in Moscow. My secretary, he has brought some order from them. They are also appreciating.
The following is a conversation with His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on the 9th of July, 1975, in Chicago, Illinois.
When you came to Chicago last week, you said you were going to tell us some of the solutions to our problems in this country. Can you tell me what some of those solutions are?
Solution not only of your country or our country. It is the solution for the whole human society. I told that as there are different divisions in the same body, the head, the arms, the belly and the leg, although the body is one, but there are different parts for different functions. Then the body is going nicely. The head is the most important part of the body. So, head is not in order, then in spite of presentation of other parts of the body, hands, legs, the body is useless, just like a madman. Madman, the brain is not in order. Therefore, despite the presentation of the hands, legs and other things, it is useless. Similarly, the human society should be divided into 4 classes according to quality. Not everyone is on the same level. So, even for material purposes, there must be 4 divisions. First class, second class, third class, fourth class. Means the definition of the first class, find out. This is the definition of the first class man.
Shamodamastatapshokhyam chantirarjavameva cha jnanam vijnanamastikhyam brahmakarma svabhavajam. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge, and religiousness. These are the qualities by which the Brahmanas work.
This is first class. Then second class man.
Shoryam tejo dhritirdakshyam yudhe chapi apalayanam danam ishvara bhavascha kshatram karma svabhavajam. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the qualities of work for the Kshatriyas.
This is second class. And then third class.
Rishigorakshyavanijyam vaishyakarma svabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma shudrasyapi svabhavajam.
That is fourth class. Third class.
Third class, farming, cattle raising, and business are the qualities of work for the
cattle
Vaishyas.
raising, cow protection.
Cow protection.
Farming and cow protection and trade. This is meant for the third class division. And worker, fourth class. These divisions must be there. Then the society will go on very nicely. Exactly the same example. That is the different parts of the body, the brain, the arms, the belly and the legs, all are in order. The bodily function will go on very nice. This is natural.
Where do women fit into these 4 classes?
That I already explained. Women's position is subordinate to man. So, if the man is first class, the woman is first class. If the man is second class, the woman is second class. If the man is third class, the woman is third class. In this, because woman is meant for assisting man. So, the woman becomes suitable according to the man or husband.
Would you say that women are inferior to men?
Yes.
Why?
By physiological condition. It's like your bodily features are different from the man's features. You cannot deny it. So according to the bodily features, the psychological condition and everything is there. How you can deny it?
Do you think that I am inferior to you?
That is not the question of inferior or superior. Different. Now you take one inferior or superior, that is your calculation. But the bodily features are different. That is material. But spiritually, they are all one. Materially, it's like your bodily feature and a man's bodily feature is different. Now, so far question of inferior, superior, that is your calculation. But we say that by nature, woman and man is different.
What does this mean as far as whether women can do the same things that men can do, whether women can lead people?
Well, when women can bear children, but the man cannot. Is it possible to bear children? A man can become pregnant. Is it possible?
No.
Physically, therefore there are so many things which is possible in man and which is not possible in woman. By nature. How we can say that they are of the same nature?
I'm not saying they're the same. What can...
Then if you're not saying that, then they're different in their physiological condition. So now, this physiological condition, you may calculate this is better or this is better, that is your calculation. Our calculation is the man and woman are different in their physiological condition.
But you say women are subordinate to men.
Yes. That is also natural. Because when the husband and wife are there, or the father and daughter is there, so the daughter is subordinate to the father and the wife is subordinate to the husband.
What happens when women are not subordinate to men?
There is disruption, social disruption. If the woman does not become subordinate to man, then there is social disruption. Therefore, in the Western countries, there are so many divorce cases. Because the woman does not agree to become subordinate to man. That is the cause.
What advice do you have to women who do not want to be subordinate to men?
It is not my advice, but it is the advice of the Vedic knowledge that a woman should be chaste and faithful to man.
What should we do in the United States? We're trying to make women equal with men.
I am not trying. You are already not equal with the man. Because in so many respects, your functions are different and man's functions are different. Why do you say artificially they are equal? As I told you, that the husband and wife, the wife has to become pregnant, not the husband. How you can change this? Both the husband and wife will be pregnant. Is it possible? Is it possible?
No, it is not.
Then, by nature, one has to function differently from the other.
But why
how you can
mean,
change?
Why does this mean that women have to be subordinate?
Yes.
Just because they bear children?
Not by nature, but as soon as you get children, you require support from the husband. Otherwise you are in difficulty.
Many women have children and have no support from husbands. They have no husband.
Then they have to take support from others. You cannot deny that. The government is giving him support. But the government is embarrassed. If the husband supports the wife and children, the government is relieved of so much welfare contribution. So that is a problem.
What happens when women support men?
First of all, try to understand that you depend. After man and woman unite, there is children, and the man goes out, and you are embarrassed. The woman is embarrassed. Why? Why this is made possible? The man and woman unites, and the woman becomes pregnant, and the husband goes out. Then the poor woman is embarrassed with the child. She has to beg from the government. So, do you think it is a very nice thing? The basic idea is that woman should be married to a man, and the man should take charge of the woman and the children independently, so that they do not become a burden to the government or the public.
Do you think the
I am thinking like this, you give me the answer. Simply you go on questioning, I question you. Do you think this burden to the government or the public is good?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you think that the burden caused when the husband goes away from the wife, that burden to the government is good?
No.
So that has happened. Because the woman does not agree to be subordinate. She wants equal freedom. So the husband goes there, and the woman is embarrassed with the children, and it becomes a burden to the government.
Is there anything wrong when the woman works?
There are so many things wrong. But first thing is, why the woman, wife of somebody, and the child born by somebody, they should become burden to the government or to the public. First of all, answer this thing. Why she should become burden to the government? What is your answer?
Well, men are burdens to the government.
Do you think, from social point of view, this position of woman and the fatherless children are very nice thing? No.
What I'm trying to say is that this may happen to some women. I'm talking about women who are not...
These are the general cases. You cannot say some. I see in America, mostly the women.
Oh, then what you're saying is not all women should be subordinate to all men.
No. Man should be subordinate to the man, a woman, so that the man can take charge of the woman.
Is this true for all men?
That woman is not a problem to the public.
Is it true for all women and all men?
Yes, that is the nature. You take, even in the dogs, they also take care of their children. The tigers, they take care of the children. So, in the human society, if the woman is made pregnant and the man goes away, and she is embarrassed, she has to beg from the government. That is not a very good situation.
What about women who do not have children?
Well, that is also another unnatural thing. Sometimes they use contraceptive, they kill children, abortion. That is also not very good. These are all sinful activities. These are sinful activities. To kill child in the womb and take center of abortion. These are all sinful activities. One has to suffer for that.
Is the social unrest in this country caused because
of these things? They do not know that.
And if women were subordinate to men, it would solve all of our problems?
Yes. Man wants that woman should be subordinate, faithful to him. Then he is ready to take charge. The man's mentality, woman's mentality is different. So, if the woman agrees to remain faithful and subordinate to man, then the family life will be peaceful.
Thank you. Is that tea? Is that tea that you're drinking?
Are you drinking tea?
No, we don't drink tea. We don't drink tea, we don't drink liquor, we don't smoke. This is our problem. No illicit sex, no meat eating, no intoxication, no gambling. Unless one is married, there is no sex. Unless one is going to beget child, there is no sex. not for pleasure. This is our regulation.
You have different schools for men and women. You have different schools for men and women. Is that correct?
Yes. Man is regulated to become a first-class man, and woman is regulated to become very chaste and faithful wife.
There is one more question.
Then the life will be very successful. And marriage compulsory.
No,
Marriage compulsory.
Everyone should marry.
Yes. Every woman at least should be married. Therefore, according to Vedic conception, polygamy is allowed.
Is allowed?
Yes. Because every woman must be married. But every man may not be married. Therefore, man has to accept more than one wife.
Mm-hmm. There's one question I have for you. You say that a woman's brain is smaller than a man's.
Woman's brain is smaller than a man's brain.
Yeah, that is a fact. In the history, there is no woman who is a big philosopher, big mathematician, big scientist, big educationist. You don't find. They are all men.
What about women who are leaders of countries, such as your own country?
Well, according to Vedic conception, woman is never offered leadership. But his experience has shown that woman's leadership has not been successful.
Do you think Mrs. Gandhi's leadership has not been successful?
Well, there is already trouble. There are many big men. They do not agree with her, and she has taken emergency steps. So on the whole, the country is in trouble.
What about Mrs. Mayor?
I do not say of any particular woman, but according to Vedic civilization, we have never seen in the history the woman has become a leader.
Women have been leaders.
They are not selected. The leader, formerly it was monarchy. The monarchs were selected by the advisory board of the first-class men. So they never selected any woman to become the leader of the society.
What about women who are elected by the people?
Well, people election, just like you elected Nixon, and then you wanted him to come down. So this kind of election has no value. Sometimes he elects and sometimes pull down. What is the value of the election?
So leaders should not be elected?
Elected, but not by this general public. They have no intelligence. They sometimes elect a wrong man and again they try to drag him down. So what is the use of such election? Because that election is not sober, not mature. If election was mature and sober, then there was no need of dragging him down again.
We have talked to scientists who say that the size of the brain has nothing to do with intelligence. Do you believe that?
I think the scientists do not think like that. They keep the brain of a particular scientist to study. They keep the heart of a particular nobleman, while they try to study the heart and the brain if there is no difference.
Sometimes they keep the brain of a great scientist to study because they think that he is so intelligent there must be something we can learn from studying the brain. So, if they are thinking like that, then there also must be a difference between a woman's brain and a man's brain.
What they say is that there is difference, but it has nothing to do with it.
Then why do they keep great scientists' brain to study?
They keep many people's brains to study.
Especially great scientists, if they want to see what has made this man so intelligent.
That's not necessarily true.
Then why they study the brain? What is the purpose of studying brain unless there is difference? You study different brains unless you feel that there is difference between this brain and that brain.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you study? What is the meaning of study?
To find differences among men, not necessarily differences between men and women.
So I don't say man and woman, but I say you study different brains. Why? Unless you think there is some difference.
There is difference.
Yes. So if there is difference, then what is the harm if there is difference between man and woman?
They say there isn't.
They say, but the fact we have to study. As soon as you study the construction of different brain, then you must know that there is difference between the activities.
You do not believe this.
Then why do you study different brain?
I don't study them. I'm just telling you what scientists...
So scientists, the psychologists, as I was a student of psychology, and our professor, a big man, Dr. W.S. Arkuhart, he said that by studying the brains of man and woman, we have found the highest brain substance found in man, 64 ounce by weight. You may deny, this is the statement of a big psychologist. You can shake your head, but this is the scientific words by big psychologist. You can note down his name, Dr. W.S. Arkuhart, Professor of Psychology in the Scottish Church College in 1918 to 20.
Oh dear, no wonder. 1918 to 1920, that must be... Okay. I see now what you're thinking about. That was many, many years ago.
So can you give any proof since then that the woman...
Okay.
In 1920, he does not take it.
Does not take it. Somehow they think that the brain is no longer small. If it was small then, it is not small today.
So where is the proof?
You do not believe that there's been advances in science since 1920?
Well, if the brain has been ascertained as being half the size, then why should it change by now? Should it change?
Well, do you think that the Romans were as small as men are today?
No, but within 50 years, there's not going to be any change.
Men in the 1900s.
Why are you using technology that you use? You can drive cars and television. Things have changed since 1920.
So what change has become? Can you give any evidence that woman is more powerful in brain than the man during these years? Can you give any evidence?
No. What I'm saying is...
Can you give any evidence that woman has become more powerful than the man during these 50 years?
Yes.
What is that? Give me some tacit example.
She and I wouldn't be here.
Huh?
Women weren't more powerful than they were 50 years ago.
They talk louder now.
Huh?
Now they are talking louder.
Thank you.
The scientists have a theory that the brain, the intelligence is measured by creases in the brain. It's creases, not by size.
Not size, but what is the proof that the brain of woman has increased? Where is the proof?
They think because the ego has increased, the brain has also increased.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. To become angry and to go away, that means difficult.
Because upset because they cannot dominate you. They cannot dominate you. So they become very upset.
It is not a question of domination, it is a question of logic. If you do not agree to logic, then no argument can make progress.
Srila Prabhupada, if one does not agree to logic, does that mean that they are under the influence of
Then he's animal.
Under the influence of who? Kama Guna. Is that
Or ignorance.
Logic is meant for learned men. And uneducated man, they want to force. Yes, you must do it. With point of development, you must do it. Wings of Krishna, they are giving statement as maid servant of Krishna. You have read that portion? And there was talk between Kunti and queens of Krishna. The queens presented them as maid servant of Krishna.
Men have become the servants of the women. Women's liberation has become successful because man is now the servant of woman.
But it is not successful, that I was pointing out. It has caused a disaster because the whole women have become dependent on the welfare gift of the government, and the government has to raise tax heavily for this purpose. By nature's way, if the husband takes care of the wife and children, this problem is solved immediately. But the man takes advantage, he goes away after making the woman pregnant, and the woman is embarrassed and the government is embarrassed.
And the child grows up to be a criminal? And the child grows up to be a criminal?
Yes. It is. That is another problem. They are not foreseeing the immediate benefit they want. What will be the effect? That is animal civilization. Animal cannot see what will be the future. Therefore you have to take advice from Krishna, one who knows past, present and future. Everything is there. We are spreading this knowledge. So take your counsel from Krishna, then you will be happy. That is our problem.
Srila Prabhupada, if we speak these things on television and in newspapers and people become angry, if all the people become angry like she does, is it still good propaganda for us?
No. Then we chant Hare Krishna, don't pay attention. But in the Bhagavad Gita, everything is discussed. This Varna Sankar and the first class man, second class man. If you have to push on Krishna consciousness movement, then we have to discuss. But if they do not like, better chant Hare Krishna. Don't discuss anything. But these things are discussed. If you are not agreeable to hear from Bhagavad Gita, then let us chant together Hare Krishna. That's all. But these things are discussed in the Bhagavad Gita about Varna Sankar. If the population Varna Sankar is increased, then it becomes hell. So if you want to increase the hellish person, then don't discuss. But if you think it is a problem, then discuss.
We have, as a Brahmin, you have to be truthful. When in Hong Kong they asked you what you thought of Guru Maharaj,
yes.
you said you could not help yourself.
Yes. I said that he is a great cheat. What can I say? And it has been proved now.
The following is a radio interview. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on May 25th, 1975, in Fiji.
Why did you choose to go to America and propagate the teachings of Lord Krishna in a Western country?
Because Indian people being subjugated for at least 1,000 years, they have lost their original culture. And being poverty-stricken, they are simply after money, by hook and crook. So, in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that bhogai sajja prasaktana taya apuhita cetasa. Persons who have lost their consciousness on account of being too much attached to material enjoyment. They cannot understand this concept. So I thought that America, they have enjoyed enough of this material happiness, money and women, and they are now becoming disappointed. So they are at least on the platform of renunciation. They don't want any more, like their fathers and grandfathers. Of course, they are not guided. Therefore, I prefer to go there to guide them. So, almost 50% of my devotees are there collected from these disappointed persons, young men. They are going astray. So they appreciate that I have saved them. Therefore, they are after me, this younger generation. And they are helping me in broadcasting this Krishna consciousness. So I think my attempt was successful.
This Oriental philosophy generally, and in particular the Krishna consciousness, has found a lot of devotees in the Western civilization. What is the main reason for this?
You are thinking this is Oriental civilization, but that is not the fact. The fact is, this is human civilization. There is no question of East and West. Every living being, not only human being, even other beings, there are 8,400,000 forms of life. And Krishna claims that sarvajonishu kaunteya sambhavanti murtayaja tasang mahajjani brahma ahang viri pradipya. So, Krishna is for the aquatics, the animals in the water, the vast sea, there are so many animals. Then, from the water, the trees are coming out. Jalajanav lakhani, sabra lakhavinsati. In this evolutionary process is going on. But all of them, living entities and part and parcel of God, Krishna. So, by the evolutionary process, they come to the human form of life. Now, there is developed consciousness. Now the human being has to decide which way he has to go. Again to the lower species of life or higher forms of life. The higher forms of life are there in the upper planetary system. Their duration of life, material standard of living, very, very comfortable, 1,000 times better than here. So, Krishna says that if you like to go to the higher planetary system, you can go there. It is said, Janti deva brata deva. If you cultivate yourself for going to the higher planetary system, first of all we have to understand that we are eternal, part and parcel of Krishna. We are simply changing body. This is material condition. Either lower grade of bodies or higher grade of bodies, but we have to change. Tatha dehantara prapti. Just like we are changing our bodies from childhood to babyhood, babyhood to boyhood, boyhood to youthhood, then old age. Similarly, when this body will be finished, no more usable, then we'll have to accept another body. But the present civilization is so foolish, they do not know, even big professor have taught, that there is life after death. They do not know. Although it is very evident that they have no such knowledge, even common sense, and that big educationist. Anyway, there is no such department which deals with the transmigration of the soul. That is the defect of the modern civilization. So there is transmigration of the soul by evolution, by transmigration of the soul. We have come to this human form of life. Now, here we have to decide it, because we are part and parcel of God, a small particle of the same quality. God is fully independent. We have got also a little independence. So God does not interfere with our independence. Now here we have to decide which way again we shall go. We have come by the evolution, by nature's way. Nature has brought us and given us a chance whether we shall go to our original spiritual life or we shall remain in this material world by changing body one after another. That is to be decided. Krishna consciousness movement is educating people. Stop your so-called material advancement. You come again back to home, back to God. Therefore our paper's name is Back to God. Don't make any false advancement. You will never be happy. This is our propaganda. It is called Nimitti Marga. Nimitti Marga means stop material way of life. Begin spiritual way of life and come to Godhead, Krishna, back to home, back to Godhead. Tattadeham punarjananeti. If you cultivate spiritual life, then after giving up this body we have to give up. This is material body. And after giving up this body, we can accept, we can continue our spiritual body, or we can accept again material body. That will require our sense how to cultivate. So if we cultivate spiritual life, some percentage, not that everyone will be able, at least the higher class, higher section of the society, if they cultivate spiritual life and remain ideal, so others may follow. This is our problem.
Coming back to this question of the Western type of civilization, do you feel that the success of the movement in the Western society is an indication of the need being felt by the Western man that he has been lacking in spiritual ideologies?
Yes. But the thing is that they are very intelligent, there is no doubt about it. Materially, they are always advanced. Materially, when they are manufacturing machine of the yardstick, in India we are manufacturing sewing machine or cycle. I have seen in the world where the Indians were very proud of manufacturing cycle and sewing machine, whereas the Americans and Europeans, they are showing how subtle machine of this jet plane. So, materially, they are advanced. There is no doubt about it. 100 years. But spiritually they are not. Therefore, I am an Indian, poor Indian, they are coming to me. Because they understand that spiritually, not only me, any Swami or go, they clout if there is something spiritual. Unfortunately, the other Swamis, they go, they exploit them, to cheat them. They do not, neither they do know what is spiritual life, neither they could give them. For example, for the last 200 years or more than that, the Swamis are going. Not a single person was a Krishna devotee in the history, in those countries. But now we are putting Bhagavad Gita as it is, hundreds and thousands of them.
Swamiji, it's been said sometimes that India has too much philosophy and the West has too much materialism.
Yeah.
Where is the right balance in this modern world?
The balance is that it should be reciprocal exchange. What you haven't got, you give me. What I haven't got, I give you. This should be the process of exchange. Then the world will be united. When there is exchange of gifts, but our India followed the principle for begging. Give me man, give me money, give me wheat, give me rice, give me war materials, simply begging. So we must give something. This is the first time we are giving something. Otherwise India was a beggar, simply, to the Western country. For the technical education, they are going to this. And when there is war, they are asking, please give us war materials. And when they give war materials to Pakistan, we become envious. But you are also taking rice, dal for me. So why should you remain beggar?
Finally, Swamiji, what is the relevance of Krishna consciousness in our modern society? What would be the relevance of Krishna's teaching in...
Relevance when you are spirit soul. You are not this body. This thing first you have to understand. Aham Brahmasmi. That is India's philosophy, that I am spirit soul. And if you realize Brahmasmi, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, Nasuchati. As soon as you realize that you are not this material body, you are spirit soul, then immediately you become jolly. Prasannatma. Prasannatma means na suchati, na kahankati. He has no more any hankering for things which he does not possess. No more any lamenting which he has lost. Take for example that we have lost our portion of country as Pakistan and fighting since this was a plan by the British government that divide them in such a way they will perpetually fight. They will never be happy. This was the plan that has been successful. But we are lamenting. Both Pakistan is lamenting or not, I do not know, but Hindustan is lamenting. Gandhi was against this partition. But Jawaharlal Nehru, just to become Prime Minister, immediately divided. So, these things are going on. Lamenting. We have lost. But if you take this Krishna consciousness movement very seriously, you can make the whole world Hindustan.
Thank you.
The following is a newspaper interview between Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and the London Observer, recorded July 23rd, 1976, in London, England.
So you are observing our movement?
Yes, really for the first time at close quarters.
First time? We are here for the last 7 years.
Yes, I know a little about you, but It's only in the last hour that I've really begun to learn.
He showed in the movie.
Your paper is observer. Why did you not observe for the last 7 years?
We just showed him the film.
Huh?
We just showed him our film.
How did you like?
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
Again, it taught me a lot, but I did not previously know.
We are trying to give real life. You are religious observer. What is your idea of religion?
I would say much the same as yours from what I've seen in your writings. There's an underlying truth behind all religion. Would you agree with that?
Religion, as it is explained in the dictionary, accepting a supreme controller, is it not? So, do the people accept a supreme controller? Do they accept? There are so many systems of religions, but do they actually know who is the supreme controller? That is my question. What do you think? It's like this is British government, and we know that the Queen is the supreme controller. Similarly, of all creation, cosmic manifestation, there is a supreme controller. And who is the supreme controller? Do they know it? That is my question.
I mean, what is your attitude towards Christianity?
I don't come to Christianity. I am talking on the religion, the science of religion. The religion, when we speak of religion, there is no question of Christianity or Muslim or Hindu. Just like when we speak of gold, gold is gold and gold cannot be Muslim gold or Hindu gold or Christian gold. We are concerned with gold, not the country where the gold is produced. That is not very important. Whether it is gold, that is our business.
I mean, would you count Jesus Christ as gold?
Yes. Why not? We're speaking about the supreme controller, God. So why should we not? Religion without science or philosophy is sentiment. And philosophy without religion is mental speculation. So they must be combined together. So far the controller is concerned, this is scientific understanding. Just like the Father, we consider why we, everyone, either he is Christian or Mohammedan or Hindu, the conception of God is generally accepted as the Supreme Father.
I mean, it is a fact.
It is fact.
Yes.
Because just like anything, creation, means the mother, the father and the children. That is our practical experience. Without mother, we are nowhere. We are given birth by the mother. So the material nature is the mother. From the material nature, material elements, everything is coming. From the water, the fishes are coming. From the land, the grass, the worms, and then human being, they are coming. From the air also, living entities are coming. So, therefore material nature is the mother. And we have come out of the material nature, therefore we are children. Then that must be father. Because without father, simply mother cannot give birth. This is science. You cannot deny the existence of God simply by a false argument. This is real argument. The mother is there, material nature, and we are children there, there must be father.
In England, the Christian Church in recent years or recent decades has been doing very badly in losing support. Your teaching would perhaps provide a substitute for the more traditional type of Christian teaching.
Yeah, this is science. Therefore I say, religion without scientific idea, that is sentiment. It has no value. This is a basic principle of religion. That the mother is there, the children are there, there must be father. If you say, I do not see what is God, it doesn't matter. Sometimes the child after birth does not see his father. And that does not mean that he has no father. Because without father, there is no possibility of his existence.
What impelled you personally, when you were at a fairly late stage in life, to come to the West and teach?
Well, I must be prepared to teach. Teaching is not so easy thing. I was ordered to teach at the age of 25 years by my Guru Maharaj. But I was finding out the opportunity how to take up the work. So it took me so many years, so that at 70 years I came out for teaching.
But why particularly in the West?
Because my Guru Maharaj ordered that you go and teach this gospel in the Western world.
His teacher instructed him to do it.
Yeah. And are you surprised at the great success you've had?
That is my Guru Maharaj's blessing. He ordered me. I tried my best, so there is little success. When I see so many boys in hundreds of centers, they are living very peacefully in a nice house, getting good prasadam, having good knowledge in the books, and reforming their character, and getting some good home. That is my success. Otherwise they are loitering, no hope, no character, no peace of mind. Exactly this is my success. I have given so many boys a life. That is my success.
Well, I'm very honoured to have met you. I've read some of your work and I intend to read more.
Yes. So, we are trying to give the best service to the humanity, human society, and this is the only service. People should come forward and cooperate with us. It is not a sectarian, sentimental, religious system. It is a scientific understanding of the value of life.
Well, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yeah.
The following is a conversation with Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, recorded December 27th, 1968, in Los Angeles.
You had said that man would not be able to land on the moon because of, now these are his words, because of spiritual beings there, or there would be an impossibility or something along that line. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that or explain what you meant.
You are particularly interested with that subject matter?
Yes, I told Dan that was what I was interested in. I have background information on the movement, for instance, and yourself.
Yeah, so far the movement is concerned, it has nothing to do with the moon planetary journey. It has nothing to do. But it has nothing to do. But in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the authoritative Vedic scripture, which we generally follow, in that scripture there is statement that for promoting oneself to the moon planet, one has to accustom himself to the different kind of worshipping process. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that Janti Deva Brata Deva, those who are worshippers of the demigods, they are promoted to different planets of the particular demigods. Janti Deva Brata Devan Pitrin Janti Pitri Brataha. And those who are worshipper of the Pitris or forefathers, they go to that planet. Similarly, one who is engaged in worshipping the Supreme Lord, he also goes to the Supreme Planet. These informations are there in the Bhagavad Gita. And so far, moon planet is concerned, that is within this material world. And those who are pious actors, those who are engaged in pious activities according to Vedic rituals, they can go to the moon planet. That is stated.
Those who are engaged
in pious activities.
In what activities?
Pious. There are two kinds of activities, vicious and pious. So,
pious and
vicious.
Vicious?
Yes. So, those who are engaged in vicious activities, they cannot go to that moon planet. And it is also stated that if somebody goes to the moon planet, he gets duration of life, very, very long period.
If someone goes to the moon planet?
Yes. He has a long duration of life.
He has a long
duration of life there in that moon planet.
I guess I didn't understand.
Just like we are living here at most 100 years. But they can live there 10,000 years. Do you follow? Just like different forms of body have got different duration of life. A dog lives for 6 years, or a cow lives for 20 years. A man lives for 100 years. Similarly, the residents of moon planet, they live for a very, very long time, about 10,000s of years.
The residents of the moon live for a long time, thousands of years?
Thousands of years.
Are you talking about...
These information we get from Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam, this book, I have rendered into English.
Which book is this?
Srimad Bhagavatam.
Now was this a book which you wrote or translated? Or
We translated and commented.
Translations and comments?
Yes. Similarly, I have translated this book also. This is being published by Macmillan Company, one of the biggest publishers of your country. Yes.
Now,
I published this book.
To this book when you meant that, when you said residents of the moon, you mean people that go there to live or that are...
There are already. In every planet there are living entities, residents.
And this is written in this book?
Yes, Srimad Bhagavatam. That is the vivid description of different planets in Srimad Bhagavatam. There are innumerable planets within this universe, and all of them are described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The sun planet, the moon planet, and other planets, they are all vividly described. What kind of residents there are, their mode of living, everything is there.
Now, Dan Donnelly said that you said that if people try to land on the moon, they would not be able to. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yes, this is very common sense. Suppose if somebody wants to land on your country, America, you do not allow. There are so many restrictions, visas, passport, and immigration. And how do you expect to land there, all of a sudden there? They are so intelligent, and though their duration life so long, they are far advanced in knowledge, everything they are advanced. So you cannot expect in that way to land there. This is common sense affair. Besides that, the scientists also agree that the temperature there is 200 degrees below zero. So how you can expect to land there and live there?
Or how do you yourself feel? Do you feel that if the United States or the Soviet Union were to attempt a landing and their spacecraft went down, what do you yourself expect?
So far our calculation goes from the book, nobody can do that. That is impossible.
Well, does the book say that it would be impossible for anyone to even approach it? At what point would it be impossible?
Impossible means the process by which you are trying to reach there.
To live there?
No, to reach there.
Or to leave there?
Live there and reach there also. Reach.
Reach?
Yes.
I see. But the flight that was just completed, that doesn't contradict with anything in this book? I mean, they were within, I don't know, so many miles.
So far, we have got information that no flight has been successful to land there till now. So I do not think how they are going to be successful in the future. This process that is just like we had going from one place to another by motor car or by aeroplane. This process will not help us to go to the moon planet. The process is different as described in the Vedic literature. One has to qualify.
So what would be, when you say impossible for one to land or to reach the moon's surface?
Just like why you speak of moon, suppose in the ocean you can land by some artificial means for some time, but it is not suitable for human being to live on the ocean. Apart from moon planet, you take the ocean.
The ocean.
Ocean, water, ocean.
You can't live in the ocean.
Yeah.
It's a different atmosphere.
Yes.
You can't live on the moon because the climate is so different. You can't survive on the moon.
Everything is different. You require a different type of body to live there, to go there. Just like if you want to live within the water, this body will not be suitable. But the fish, it has got a type of body, they live very peacefully. Similarly, the residents of moon planet, they are meant for living there. You cannot go and live there abruptly. That is not possible.
Are the people living on the moon now, or were they in other yugas living there? Are they in this yuga living there?
No, they are still living there. Yes. As we are living here, they are living there. Yes.
And how would you describe these people that live there? Would they be invisible to us or visible?
Almost invisible. Yes.
This is spiritual body.
Not spiritual. That is also material.
Like ghost bodies, subtle bodies?
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay, I'll do my other one. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The bodies are subtle bodies, they're not like gross bodies.
Just like you try to understand me, that this matter consisting of 5 elements: earth, air, water, fire, air, ether. And then it's still subtle, as subtler than ether is the mind, and then subtler than the mind is intelligence, and subtler than intelligence is the spirit soul. So, before we reach our spiritual platform, there are so many elementary material platforms. So, in different planets, one of the elements is prominent. Just like we can experience in the ocean and sea, the water is prominent. In the land, earth is prominent. Similarly, in different, just like in the sun planet, fire is prominent. So, in each and every planet, there are particular type of body, particular type of residence. You cannot expect that the same type of body and same type of residence are there.
In a way, when you talk about this, you're getting into an area of which to outsiders would be interpreted as a type of prophecy, since...
No, it is not prophecy.
No, not intended.
We have got this description in the Vedic literature. We are speaking on the strength of authority of Vedas. We are not prophecy.
Speaking on the strength
of the Vedic literature.
V-E-D-I-C.
On Vedic literature.
Yes. We don't talk anything which is not authorized by the Vedic literature. That is our process.
So let me see if I can summarize correctly your views on this, that it would be impossible for human beings to land on the moon planet?
Yes.
I wonder if you could explain how it would be impossible, to what extent. I mean, whether...
The same example as I've already given, that if you want to reside in ocean water, is it possible? If you want to construct a city like New York in the ocean, is it possible?
No, but what if they wanted, they have resided in the ocean or on the ocean?
Anywhere, in the ocean or on the ocean, you cannot build up a city like Los Angeles and New York. That is impossible. So even in your presence, in different atmosphere, you cannot go and live. So similarly, the moon planet is completely different atmosphere. How you can live and go?
But of course they're not going there to build a city, but they're only going there to take some rock samples and do some experiments and then leave.
That may be possible. Just like you go in the ocean and live for some time and come back. But you cannot make any permanent settlement there. But that also I am doubtful whether you can land and take some, I would say, earth or water from there. That is also very difficult. So far our literature goes, our information goes, it is not possible.
Do you think that the, say, astronauts that would land on the moon, do you think they would encounter any difficulty in going about and doing what they wanted to and then leaving?
The first thing is that according to our knowledge from the Vedic literature, they cannot go there.
But you admitted that it may be possible for them to go there for a short time and leave.
That I am taking this example, just like we go for a short time on the sea, but we cannot make any permanent settlement there.
Yeah. But according to the Vedic literature,
yes,
they cannot.
In this body we cannot go there. With this body we cannot go there. We shall have to change this body. Either you do it scientifically or spiritually or by any other method. With this body you cannot go there. You have to prepare a similar body which is suitable for living condition there.
Would a spacesuit substitute for that?
Space?
In other words, the spacesuits that the astronauts wear.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Space suits are...
I'm a little confused because I can't tell whether you feel that based on Vedic literature that you said it may be possible for them to land and to return for a short visit.
Provided...
And yet you say that they cannot go with the body.
Yes, I say also this, that to land there you must have this specific body suitable for that place.
Now, to land there you must have...
the specific body.
I didn't get that.
Specific body.
Now, that specific body, if you are able to make by your modern science, then it may be possible. But you have to change your body to that specific condition. But the space dress which is now being used, that is not useful.
The space uniform...
Space uniform, that is not adequate.
about the beings that live on the moon planet?
Yes.
Do you feel that they would interfere with any experiments or persons from Earth landing there or trying to land there? Say even if they had some specific body change or came up with a spacesuit would withstand any changes in temperature.
First thing is that with this body, neither you can land there nor interfere with their business. The first thing is. The scientists say that the temperature in moon planet is 200 degrees less than zero. Is it not?
I don't know.
It's very cold. Very cold. So even taking the scientific statement, how you can live there if it is 200 degrees below the 0 degree?
Well, I don't know unless they intend to land at a time.
No, there is suggestion of the scientists that there the temperature is 200 degrees below 0. I have read some paper. So if it is a fact, then how you can live? You feel uncomfortable, in the Arctic region within this planet. How you can go and stay there even for a few minutes where the 200 degrees?
That's an argument based on logic. And given the information about the degree. But obviously they're going ahead with plans to do so. And you have a transition period, for instance, between the part of the moon that is in sunlight and the part that is in darkness.
That I've already admitted, that by modern scientific method, if you can change the condition of your present body, then you can go. It may be possible, but that is very remote.
Well, do you rule out talking about the beings living on the moon planet? Do you disregard talking about that because you feel that it's too remote a chance that anyone would ever land there? Or do you have any feelings?
Remote chance in the present way of going there. But it is not remote. If one wants to go there, there is a particular ritualistic process. If you adopt that, then you can go in your next life. That means after quitting this body, you get a different body and you get your birth there. That is Vedic process.
Now, did you say through a particular ritualistic process?
Yes.
You can go there in your next life?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I still want to find out if you have any feelings about,
going there with this body?
Yeah.
No, I am not very much optimistic. Almost I say it is impossible.
But if the impossible happened and they were able to safely land on the moon's surface, do you feel they would have any difficulty or encounter any trouble with the beings that you say live there?
The trouble is already there. You are going with great difficulty, and even if you land there, you may die immediately. Everything is finished. You are already encountering the difficulty. It is not very easy. The Russian scientists, the American scientists are trying for the last 10 years. Still, they have not approached the moon planet. The difficulty is already there.
But, there are difficulties.
Yes.
But still, the people...
Just like the Russians advertise that we are going there in 1965. They advertised to sell land. So these are utopian. You see, somebody wanted to purchase land in Russia, and they advertised also that they have plucked their flag, Sea of Moscow. What is this?
Well, my point is that I was trying to determine if there are any particular religious beliefs.
It is not religious belief. It is not religious belief. It is fact.
Well,
it is
then, I mean, not
knowledge received from Vedic sources. Just you are talking on the source of knowledge from the modern scientific books. Similarly, we are talking also on the source of knowledge received from Vedas. It is not a religious belief or faith, blind faith. We are not inventing anything. We are talking on the basis of authoritative knowledge contained in the Vedas.
Does this basis of knowledge include any information about beings and how they would react to people from another planet? Is there anything containing how they would react? How would the moon people react to the earth people coming there?
Of course, such description is not in the Vedas, but in some sources we can understand that a king wanted to enter the heavenly kingdom, but he was opposed. He was opposed by the demigods. So much information we have got. So those who are not fit to live there or enter there, maybe they will be opposed by the inhabitants there. And that is also natural to think. If somebody all of a sudden comes to your country, or there is immediately immigration department, they will see the bona fides, how you can enter. So why did you take that also? That if a moon planet is inhabited by more intelligent class of living entities, how do you expect that without opposition you will be allowed to enter?
So they are said to be a more intelligent.
Oh yes. They are living 10,000 years. They are not intelligent. Their standard of living, their mode of civilization, their mode of thinking, everything is higher than this planet.
Is this from this book?
Yes.
You say they may not be visible to us.
Yes.
Materialized, they're not visible.
Yes. So many things are not visible to our eyes.
So, and when you speak of the analogies of one, say, a foreigner coming to another country and wanting to do whatever he wants to do there and being rejected or opposed by the inhabitants of that country, do you say only by analogy that there might be opposition to Earth?
No, there are informations that some body trying to enter in the heavenly planet was opposed because he was not qualified.
So that because of this example, are you saying that if Earth people were able to land on the moon, that they would be...
My first conviction is they will never be able.
Right.
But even they are able, I do not know how they will be easily received.
You do not know how?
They will easily admit it.
You said you don't know how they would easily be received or admitted.
Yes. By the residents there.
Meaning the word easily, I don't know how that would... You don't know how they would be received.
Yes.
Whether they would be hostile or friendly. Is that right?
Naturally, when I oppose, I must be hostile. When I oppose, then I must be hostile.
Yes.
Yes.
And you expect that they would oppose?
Yes.
The example of the king that wanted to enter the heavenly kingdom and was opposed, is this in this book also?
Yes.
And he was opposed by the demigods?
Demigods are the residents in the heavenly planet.
You might find it interesting that there are three planets. There are the lower planetary systems, middle planetary systems, and higher planetary systems. And this Earth is considered to be in the middle planetary system of the universe. It's called a middle planet.
Would that relate to anything that we're talking about?
No, in the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that there are three planetary systems: upper, lower, and middle. So, urdhvam gachanti, those who are in the modes of goodness, they are allowed to live in the upper planetary system. And those who are in the modes of passion, they are allowed to live in this middle planetary system. And those who are in the modes of ignorance, they are allowed to live in the lower planetary system.
Now, where would the moon planet fit?
Moon planet is the upper.
Upper.
Yes. That is the beginning of upper planetary system. Still upper, there are many there.
Now, can you explain to me, I have some background information about the Krishna Consciousness Society, but I don't know how to explain it in relation to the broad word Hinduism. Now, how would you relate the International Society of Krishna Consciousness to Hinduism? How would you describe it, as a part of Hinduism?
No, Hinduism practically we do not recognize, because this word Hinduism is not mentioned in any Vedic literature. It is a foreign term. The Mohammedans, they called the inhabitants of Indians as Hindus. From that word it has come to Hinduism. Otherwise, we don't find that word in any Vedic literature. Hinduism is a foreign term. It is not a Vedic term.
Yeah. The Krishna consciousness, its Vedic literature,
Yes.
Some of the same books are also holy books for what we call Hindu religions, aren't they?
Yes. Just try to understand. The inhabitants of India were called by the Mohammedans from Persia and other places Hindus. Hindus means the resident on the other side of the river Indus. You know, you have heard the name of river Indus. So they cannot pronounce it Indus. They say Hindus. From Hindus it has come Hindu. So actually the residents of India were called Hindus. And generally, at least say 3,000 years ago, all the inhabitants of India were strictly followers of Vedic principles. After the advent of Lord Buddha, a different religious system developed. Otherwise, before Lord Buddha, there are not only in India, in other parts of the world, they were followers of Vedic principles. So in that sense, you can say, if followers of Vedic principles are called Hindus, then before Lord Buddha, everyone was Hindu, all over the world. Not that particular part of India. So far we have got historical reference from Mahabharata. Indo-European stock, they are also Hindus. The so-called Hindus, followers of Vedic principles. Yes, gradually they deviated. Just like recently, there is division of Pakistan and India. 20 years before, this Pakistan was part of India. Now, these Mohammedans did not come from outside. They changed their faith from Hindus to Mohammedans. Now they divided their property. Similarly, actually the whole planet was called Bharatvarsha. Gradually, people deviated from Vedic principles or imitated something else and they become different. So far,
considering that the people, say the space program in the United States, was able to achieve its goals for this current flight that just finished and do what they wanted to do.
Now, can you inform me, recently you told me that they are within 60 miles from the moon planet. Is that a fact?
I'm afraid I don't know. I don't know what the mileage was.
They circled it. They circled the moon within 60 miles.
Sir, if they are, I want to say, circumnavigating within 60 miles, how they could not land? They could not go farther 60 miles?
Well, they didn't want to land this time.
Why
They
this?
wanted to test their ability.
Why this?
They didn't have the mechanism.
Huh?
They didn't have the mechanism ready. They take a special.
But 60 miles, if they could stand 60 miles off from the moon planet, they are already on the atmosphere. Suppose if I am 60 miles away from a city, I am in that atmosphere. So, if I could stay that atmosphere, how it is possible, how it is wonderful that they could not go further 60 miles. I don't believe these things, these statements. That you are there, they were within 60 miles area. This is simple imagination.
Well, they didn't take along the spaceship that they need, that they have
Anyway, just like I'm in Vrindavan. Vrindavan, that is 90 miles off from New Delhi. The atmosphere is almost the same. If I could live at Vrindavan, I could live at New Delhi also. So, if they stayed 60 miles off from moon planet, how is it that they could not go further 60 miles? This is most ludicrous. At least we cannot believe such things. "60 miles is no much difference. It is almost in the same atmosphere.
If the space program, either the Russian or the American program, which have plans to try to land on the moon and return safely, if this is successful, do you think this accomplishment would hurt the Krishna movement in the United States?
Why?
If it would contradict...
First thing is that even they are successful, according to our principle, it is simply waste of time. Because we are not concerned even with the moon planet. We are trying to go to the planet of Krishna, from where nobody returns back to this wretched condition of life. So the wretched condition of life is as good in moon planet as it is in this earth planet. And do you know what is the wretched condition of life? Yes, the birth, death, old age and disease. This is the wretched condition of life. So you cannot avoid this wretched condition of life in the moon planet also. There is birth, death, old age and disease. But where we are trying to go by Krishna consciousness, there is no birth, death, old age and disease. So if people are successful to go to the moon planet, what connection we have got there? We are not at all concerned with any planet where there is birth, death and old age and disease. Even in the highest planet of this universe.
Well, what I'm getting at is that if, for instance, you say that first it's conviction that they would not be able to land, and secondly that whatever Earth people would go there would be opposed, and would not be able to safely return. If you say this, based on Vedic literature, and other members of the Krishna movement heard this, and then if the feat were accomplished, would this not seem a contradiction or something that had been said would be the case and then the opposite was proved true? Would this
what is that contradiction? There is nothing contradiction. We say that if you get a suitable body, you can enter there. So if by your scientific process you can equip yourself with suitable body, you can enter there. Where is the contradiction?
Well, you said that the spacesuit was not a suitable...
That is a fact.
That is suitable?
That is not suitable.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the way they intend to go.
That we can safely say that with this suit you cannot go there. You have to make a different suit. Mm-hmm. Perhaps you do not know that.
Okay, well, let's say that if with that suit they do go there and do return, would that be a contradiction?
Why contradiction? We say that if you get suitable suit, you can go there. Where is the contradiction?
Well, I thought you said the spacesuit was not suitable.
Yes, spacesuit is not suitable. But if you can go with the spacesuit, that may be contradiction. But that I am certain you cannot go.
I'm confused.
I say, just try to understand me, that if you can prepare a suitable body, you can go there. Mm-hmm. But this spacesuit is not the suitable body. Is that all right? Now, if you actually go there by the spacesuit, that will be contradiction to my statement. But I am certain you cannot go there. Yes. So there will be no contradiction. Just clearly try to understand it.
Well, okay, then I'll try to repeat what you said. And
yes, I will repeat. First thing is that to enter into the moon planet, you have to prepare yourself for a different body. If that body, you think that it is already made by the space suit is that different body, then it will be contradiction to my statement. But I say that with the space suit that you have manufactured, that is not fit to enter with.
Well,
now it is clear?
Well, it's clear if
the space suit is not fit for entering there. Mm-hmm. Is that clear?
Yes.
But now if by chance with this space suit you enter there, that will be contradiction. That nobody can enter. But I say you can enter there with a suitable body. If you think that the space suit is that suitable body, then you can enter there. But I think this space suit is not that suitable body.
If I think the space suit
is suitable for entering that moon planet, mm-hmm. that is your statement, but I say that space suit is not suitable for entering into it.
If I think the space suit is suitable and say if I am an astronaut and I land there, I can land there?
If it is suitable, first thing that if it is suitable you can land, but to my opinion it is not suitable. Therefore you cannot land.
Well, so then you are not saying then that it would be impossible for...
That I never say. I say in the beginning that in order to enter moon planet you have to get a suitable type of body. That suitable type of body is not that space suit. Therefore, the conclusion is that you cannot enter with this space suit. Is it clear?
If that part is clear, but not if other questions are asked.
Further question you may ask, Father, that is future hope. That is not a fact. You are trusting in the future that with this space suit you will be able to enter there. That you are believing. But similarly, I have got my belief from the authoritative scripture that you cannot.
Well, all I know is what they plan to do and what they've done so far. So, in view of what they hope to do, that's
well. That hoping.
If there are any.
That hoping also from practical point of view, just like the other day the information was, they are 60 miles off from the moon planet and still they could not enter. This is, I do not know what kind of statement it is. If you go to some place just 60 miles off from that place and you are trying for so many years, you should be inquisitive. Oh, let me go there 60 miles further, let me see.
Well, it's like you go, say, you walk near a theater and you don't have a ticket. You might be able to walk around the theater.
Then you come to my conclusion that your ticket is insufficient, you cannot enter there. Then you support my statement. Then you support me, that you cannot enter there.
Support me.
Why? I don't support you. I say that you cannot enter. You are supporting me. You say that I have no ticket, therefore I could not enter.
And these astronauts did not have the ticket.
Therefore my statement is that you cannot enter in this way. Therefore you support me. What do you think?
They haven't been able to enter yet.
Therefore they haven't got the ticket. Even going near 60 miles, still they could not enter. So they are supporting my statement.
Yeah. Well,
whether you admit or not, this. If they could not enter, even being off 60 miles, then my statement is strongly supported that you cannot enter. You went there 60 miles up to, just off 60 miles, still you could not.
Well, I think I'm still not clear on whether...
why you are not clear? Just making clear.
It is your opinion that, perhaps you can help me, that the... you can't go to the planet unless you go to a suitable body. And it is his belief that the spacesuit suit is not a suitable body or a substitute or whatever.
Yeah.
It is not the same thing. And yet if this is accomplished, it seems to be that he's also saying that there's no contradiction to his statement.
Because I say if you get a suitable body, so if you think that this is suitable body, then you can enter. There is no contradiction. But I think it is not suitable body.
So would it be...
But in all cases, if you get suitable body, you can enter there.
It's just says the means. He says it's not impossible to go there, but the means that they're using now are not very good means to go there.
Yes.
He has some doubts about the means they're using to go there.
Yeah.
He doesn't think that
right. But I think what I'm really... I think we have to carry it further enough so that we can tell whether, for one thing, whether I have a story or not. If it's felt that if you have doubts that it can be done, that's one thing. But if you have great confidence that it could never be done except by changing one's body.
No, I don't say that. that I say that in order to enter into the, just try to understand me clearly, in order to enter the moon planet, you have got to prepare yourself for a suitable body. Is that clear? Yeah. If you, by some or other, you make that suitable body, you can enter. But the present body which are manufactured, the space suit, is not suitable.
Okay, then when I try to carry it further, if they use the present body and are successful.
That they could not do till now. That is future contemplation. Because even going up 60 miles off, they could not. Therefore, this is not suitable. Now you say also, just like they didn't have the ticket, and the further arrangement is still waiting. That means this is not suitable. This is you just try to convince
you. Do you think that any improvements in a space suit...
that is future home.
Yes.
Not the present suit. I say the present suit is not suitable.
What about a future suit?
Future, if you improve, that my statement is that if you can make your body suitable, you can enter. So far the present suit is concerned, it is not good.
So that I think that if the trip is made and is successful, that there would be no contradiction there, and in the case of, say, no interference from any moon beings, that I can foresee that there would be no contradiction there if it is achieved.
That means simply by your suit, if you, this is just like if I got a nice suit and enter your port, New York or any port, but if the immigration department does not allow me, what can I do? Is that suit is sufficient?
Well, but
you cannot enforce there. There are intelligent persons there. Suppose if I come have very nice costly dress in your port and your immigration department does not allow, what can you do? There are intelligent persons there. How do you expect that simply by you have got suit, therefore you will be able to allow to enter there? That is not sufficient qualification.
I'm just trying to pin you down to a very exact statement, if I can, as to whether or not, if they found a suitable spacesuit and did land, whether they would be interfered with.
Interfered now, you try to understand. You come from Europe or from India in a very nice gentlemanly suit. Does it mean that the immigration department will allow you to enter the country? That means even if you have got suitable suit, they may be opposed. If you have got proper qualities and other bona fides. Because to live in the moon planet, there are different qualities and bona fides. So not only you have got to make a proper suitable dress, but you have to qualify yourself for getting visa of entrance into moon planet.
But what I'm saying that is that if astronauts were able to land and return to the Earth successfully,
so what is that successful?
I would predict that you would not feel that there was. Would you then interpret it that they were able to get the visa or to?
No, if you go and land there and come back, that may be a pleasant thing for you, but we don't think it is a very nice thing. If I go in New York border and see and come back, and I am not allowed to enter, why should I take so much trouble? It is useless trouble.
So if you can't go there and live there, what's the point in going there?
Just the Russians advertise that we are going to distribute land. That is a feasible understanding. But if you simply go and touch and come back, is that a success? Why should you take so much trouble simply for touching the moon planet?
Well, I mean, anyone can make that. There are many people that feel just that way. And
that may be.
And they have no acquaintance with the Vedic literature either, and might feel the same way.
No.
Why go?
No, it is a common sense affair that if somebody takes the trouble of doing so many things for the last 10 or 20 years and go there and touch the moon planet and come back, it is successful. So it may be complacence for him, but I don't think it is success. Why should I take so much trouble to touch the moon planet and come back? I have no useless time for that.
But I think that what you're saying, that it is also not strictly impossible for someone to go there and be able to come back, that many conditions would have to change for them to do that, but you wouldn't rule it out as impossible. Is that right?
No. Actually, if anyone goes there, he will not like to come back.
If anyone goes there?
He will not like to come back. Otherwise, he will give false information that I went there and touched it and come back. Just like this is the information, that they were 60 miles off.
Why wouldn't he like to come back?
Huh?
Why wouldn't he like to come back?
Why you are trying to go there? First of all, let me know.
Well, for science, for getting samples of the moon's surface, for one thing.
Do you mean to say simply by knowing the moon planet, your scientific research is complete? There are so many millions of other planets of different nature. Is it possible to study all these?
No.
Then? Why you are taking so much trouble to study the moon planet? What is your idea?
I think it's to do what I said, and also the fact that it's there and it's reachable, and why not go there? Why climb a mountain?
No, you can go there, but if you take the trouble of going there, why not leave there? Because the place is more comfortable than this place.
Why leave there? Because the place is more comfortable
Yes,
than this place?
yes. The duration of life is more, the standard of living is fine, everything is knowledge advanced.
You're saying if you're going to take the trouble to go to a planet, why not go to a planet you can live in with your present body? And why go someplace where you have to make so many accommodations in spacesuits because the atmosphere is not conducive to our living?
Well, they're not going there with in mind that they themselves want to live there.
And then he says it's useless to go there.
But
I'm
obviously they're going to go there anyway, and so that's why I'm trying to see whether there are any...
Now, do you think after so much trouble, so much labor, if you go there and simply come back and be complacent that, oh, I went there, is that very great achievement? If you can live there, you can utilize that place, then it is all right. Just like so many Europeans, they came to America, and not simply to see and go back. Why they settled here? That is successful. Columbus invented this island, and people came and they utilized it. Otherwise, if simply coming and going, why take so much trouble? Our Krishna, and you should kindly notice that our Krishna consciousness movement has nothing to do with this moon planet.
No, I just...
But we are not aiming to go to the moon planet.
I realize that. Your name was Howard Wheeler. Wheeler? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The following is a conversation between Swami Prabhupada and a journalist, given on December 30th, 1968, in Los Angeles.
New cosmic star.
I see.
And we just changed the name for January, first issue. The first issue is just, well, it's out, coming off the printer today.
It is published every monthly?
Monthly. That's correct. That's correct, yes. And we cover the Eastern religions. We did a feature article this month on Bishop James Pike, UFOs, astrology. We have, Dr. Bode, Primrose Bode, from he's with Manly Hall. Are you familiar with Manly Hall?
No.
You don't know? You don't know Primrose Bode?
No.
He's from India.
Parsi.
Farsi. Farsi.
Farsi?
Yes. He does an article for us next month. But I spoke to Dan and I told him that one of the things I would like to ask you, and I think that an awful lot of our readers and an awful lot of people in the United States are terribly confused with the many people who claim to be avatars, who come from India to this country, one after the other, and they say...
I can declare they are all nonsense.
That's right. I wanted to, if you could elaborate on that.
I can say furthermore, there are rascals.
The Maharishi, for example.
He was rascal number one, I say, publicly.
Can you explain and give me a little background on that and why? Because
I do not know, but from his behavior, I can understand he is rascal number one. I do not like to know about him, but what he did. But the wonderful thing is that people in Western countries are supposed to be so advanced. How they are befooled by these rascals?
Well, I think that people believe what they want to believe. They're looking for something.
Yes, but
comes along.
They want something very cheap. That is their fault.
Yes.
Now, for our disciples, we don't give anything cheap. Our first condition is character, moral character. You see? So unless one is accepting moral character, we don't initiate, don't allow him in this institution. And this Maharshi was, all you do, whatever you like. You simply pay me $35 and I give you some mantra. You see? So people wanted to be cheated and so many cheaters come. They do not wish to undergo some disciplinary action. You see? Anything, they have got money, they think that you shall pay and immediately you get the money.
Instant heaven.
That is it. Just like people are trying to go to the moon planet. I have given my opinion, you have seen, in the Los Angeles Times. This chance is very remote.
Oh?
Yes. Why not? Suppose in your country you have got some quota for immigration. Within this planet, if somebody comes without your immigration department's order, nobody can enter. How do you expect in that planet where the people are more advanced, they are called demigods, they are living for 10,000 years, how you expect that you go and you are immediately enter into the moon planet and they are selling tickets, reservation, everything they make a fun of it, you see.
Let me understand this if I may. Are you saying that there are people on the moon?
Yes.
There are?
Yes.
And they are demigods?
Yes.
They are demigods. How do you know this?
From our scripture, from Vedic literature.
From what literature?
Vedic literature.
How do you spell it?
V-E-D-I-C.
Oh, Vedic. I beg your pardon.
Yes.
You'll forgive me if I must ask.
That's all right. That doesn't.
I don't mean to affront you.
Sometimes I do not follow your accent.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that
know.
is difference of country. That doesn't.
Yes.
And from that literature, Vedic literature,
yes.
It is stated in that there are people on the moon,
Oh,
but they're demigods.
The demigods means they're highly advanced than these human beings. Therefore, they are also living entities like us. But their duration of life, their standard of life, their civilization, their spiritual knowledge so advanced that they are called demigods. Almost God. They are so advanced. Demigods means almost God.
Yes.
They have got all godly qualities. And they are controller of the atmospheric affairs. Some of them are controlling rainy season, some of them controlling heat. As you have got controller here, some departmental, director of this department, director of that department, similarly, why don't you think that this cosmic manifestation, there is a great brain behind it and there are different directors and there is the management. People do not accept it. Nature. What do you mean by nature? Such nice things, such wonderful things are going on automatically without any control. Yes.
Well, I don't know. It's a question that, of course, one asks oneself all the time. Yes, it's part of man's quest to find himself, and.
But they should have common sense that you are trying to float one Sputnik. So many scientific brains are working, and millions of wonderful Sputniks, which are called planets, they are floating in the air. There is no brain behind it. What is this? Is that very good reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I must ponder that.
And we should know it. How it can be? There must be a very big brain behind. They are working.
Now, do you say that the moon is, so to speak, what should I say, headquarters, where these demigods
No,
live?
there are many planets on the same level.
Oh.
There are many planets. Moon is one of them. Yes.
Have any of these demigod creatures visited the earth, or
Formally they used to, because at that time people were worth to see them.
When you say formally, you mean thousands of years ago, or?
No, at least 5,000 years ago.
At least 5,000 years ago. The last time that we would know. Are they in human form?
Yes, we so far we get information. Sometimes great sacrifices were performed, and demigods from other planets, they were invited, and they used to come.
And this is your authority for this statement is based in the Vedic literature?
Yes.
I see. I see.
It is not manufactured by me.
Oh, I know. No, I'm not implying that. No, sorry. But I just want to know where the very...
My authority is Vedic literature. Yes.
Yeah, the Vedic.
You will find Bhagavad Gita. You have seen our book, Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, we have it at the office.
There are descriptions. There are description of these things.
Mm-hmm.
There is description of another nature, which is called spiritual nature. This is material nature.
Mm-hmm.
The sky, as far as you can see, this is one universe.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, there are millions of universes. And all these together, that is material sky. And beyond that, there is spiritual sky, which is far, far greater than this. And there are spiritual planets. So this information we have got from Bhagavad Gita.
Mm-hmm.
What to speak of other Vedic literature? Bhagavad Gita, it is daily read by practically all over the world, but they do not understand it. They simply become student of Bhagavad Gita, or simply just to think falsely that I am God, that's all. They don't take any particular information. There is a verse in the 8th chapter, Parastasmat bhavanyam bhaktya bhaktarpanasana. There is another nature beyond this material nature, which is eternal. This nature is
coming into existence, again dissolution. But that nature is eternal. These things are there. Similarly, their planets are also eternal. They are living entities, they are also eternal. That is called Sanatan. Sanatan means eternal, without any end, without any beginning. But this nature, as we have, this body has got a beginning and it has end. Similarly, anything, this cosmic nature has a beginning and it has an end. So this Krishna consciousness movement is how to transfer ourselves to that nature, eternal nature.
That's man's quest.
Yes. That is the quest. Everyone is trying to be happy because that is every living entity's prerogative. He is by nature to become happy. But he does not know where to become happy. He is trying to become happy where four things are, miserable conditions are there, namely birth, death, disease and old age. There are so many scientists, they are trying to become happy, to make people happy, but which scientist has tried to stop death, to stop old age, to stop disease? Has any scientist tried?
I don't know.
So what is this? Why do they not take consideration that we are making so much improvement? What improvement we have done about these four things? They have no. And still they are very much proud, advanced in education, science. But the four primary miserable conditions, they remain as they are. Okay. There may be advancement in medical science, but there is no medicine which can clear, no more disease. Come on. Is there any medicine? Then what is that advance? Rather, disease are increasing in different forms. They have invented nuclear weapon. What is that? To kill. So have you invented something so that no more man will die? That is credit. So the man is dying every moment. So you have invented something to accelerate that death. That's all. Is that very, very good credit? So there is no solution of that. There is no. They are trying to stop the, overpopulation. But where is the solution? Every minute there are 3% increases. That is the statistic. So there is no solution for birth, there is no solution for death, there is no solution for disease, and there is no solution for old age. There was a great scientist, Professor Einstein. He also died in old age. Why did he not stop to check old age? Everyone is trying to remain youthful. Where is that process? So they do not care how to solve this, because this is beyond their means. They are giving something bluff, that's all. They do not care what is the real problem and how to solve it. They do not care. And here is a movement, Krishna consciousness. That is the real solution of all problems, if people take it seriously, yes. And the whole thing is described in the Bhagavad Gita. Let them try to understand it. At least make an experiment. Why they are so much callous and in going in their own way?
Let me ask you, I have my opinion, but I want to ask you, why do you feel that the younger people today are turning more and more toward the Eastern-oriented religions?
Because you have failed to give them satisfaction.
You what?
You have failed to give them satisfaction. Your this materialistic way of life will no more satisfy them. There is a stage. In the beginning, when one is poverty-stricken, he may think that money and woman and good apartment, good car can give me satisfaction. They are after this. But after enjoyment they see there is no satisfaction because matter cannot satisfy. So your stage is, in America especially, you have got enough for enjoyment. You have got enough food, you have got enough woman, you have got enough wine, you have got enough house, everything enough. This shows that material advancement cannot give one satisfaction. The confusion, dissatisfaction is more in your country than in India, which is said to be poverty-stricken. You see? But you will find in India still, although they are poverty-stricken, because they are continuing that old culture, they are not disturbed. Yes. They are dying inch by inch, but still they are satisfied. All right. So why? Because they have got little tinge of spiritual platform. So it is necessary now that people should take spiritual life. That will make them happy. There is no hope. All these people, they are in darkness. They do not know where they are going. They have no aim. But when you are spiritually situated, you know what you are doing, where you are going, what is your future, everything is clear.
So I just follow up on this very briefly. In other words, you feel that the Western-oriented church, whether it be the synagogue or the church or the whatever, has failed to present.
Yes,
you say that its message is not relevant, or that they have failed to present their message properly?
No. The thing is, these Western churches, just like Christianity, these Gospels were spoken long ago to the primitive man, you see, in Jerusalem. These people were living in desert and they are not so much advanced. So at that time, of course, in Bible or in the Old Testament, the idea of God is there, that is all nice. But they just like the statement, God created this world. That is a fact. Now, those people were not advanced in those. Now, at the present moment, people are advanced scientifically. They want to know how the creation has taken place. You see? And that explanation is not there. Neither the church can give them. Yes. Therefore, they are not satisfied. Simply, officially going to the church and offering prayer, that does not appeal to them. Besides that, practically, they do not follow religious principles. Just like in the Old Testament, there is, I want to say, 10 commandments, and there is a commandment that thou shalt not kill. But killing affair is very prominent in the Christian world. They are maintaining slaughterhouse very regularly, and they have manufactured a theory that animals have no soul, they do not feel, because they have to kill. Give the dog a bad name and hang it. Why? Animal cannot feel. Why you are committing these sinful activities? So the priestly class, they will not also say, they will not discuss, everyone is silent. That means deliberately, I mean to say, disobeying 10 commandments. So where is religious principle? If you don't obey the commandments of your scripture, does it mean that you are following religion nicely? How you can kill, which you cannot create? And it is plainly stated that thou shalt not kill. What is the answer? Why they are killing? What is the answer? How do you answer it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Well, it's obviously thou shalt not kill is an ethic, and it's timeless, and it's valid. But man is not really interested.
That
in
means
ethics.
they are not interested in religion. It is simply a make so bottle. Then how they can be happy? If you do not follow the regulative principles, then where is your religion?
I'm not arguing with you.
Yes.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes.
I'm in total agreement. It doesn't make any sense. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt worship no other gods before me. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's ass. Thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother. Those are beautiful ethics, but they're not obeyed.
Thou shalt not kidnap your neighbor's wife.
Covet.
So who is following this?
No one. Very few.
So how you can expect that religious? And without religion, a human society is animal society.
All right, well then let me ask you this. Along this line, I'm not asking you... Thank you. I'm not asking you these questions facetiously. Please understand. What does your interpretation, or how does it differ in principle from the basic Jewish Christian ethic of the Ten Commandments? How does it differ?
There is no difference.
All right, then if that's the case, what have you to offer? When I say you, I mean in person.
Yes, yes.
Basically,
yes.
What have you to offer that is different than the Christian ethos, or the Jewish ethos?
Because, as I've told you, that none of them are strictly following God's commandment. I simply come that you follow God's commandment. That is my message.
In other words, the obeying of those principles.
I don't say that you Christian, you become Hindu or you come to me. I simply say you obey this commandment. That is my order. I make you better Christian. That is my mission. I don't say that God is not there, God is here. But I simply say that you obey God. That is my mission. I don't say that you have to come to this platform and accept Krishna as God and no other. No, I don't say. I don't say, please obey God. Please try to love God. That is my mission.
Then again...
And I give the way how to love God. Very easily. How to learn, providing we agree.
We see again, we get back to this...
So, practically you follow that I have no difference.
Yes, I understand.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
You believe in God, I believe in God.
Yes.
I simply say you try to love God.
Well, I'm still... It's not that I'm confused. I understand what you're saying.
You are confused still?
No, I understand what you are saying. What confuses me or makes it, when I say me and so many of our readers, is why is it, let me ask a question again, and let me ask it maybe to become clear in my mind. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but let me say it this way. Are you saying that if your mission and the mission of the Jewish, Christian, Western ethic is the same? Again, let me ask the same question. Why is it that the younger people, or people in general, are disenchanted, are trying to go toward the Eastern-oriented religions if their aim or premise is the same as the Western?
Yes.
Why are they going toward the Eastern if the premise is the same?
Because these Christian people, they are not teaching them practically. I am teaching them practically.
In other words, you're teaching them what you feel is a practical, everyday, daily method of attaining the fulfillment of man's spirit.
How to the love of Godhead is being taught by Bible or Old Testament and Gita. That is all right. But you are not teaching them how to love God. I am teaching them how to love God. That is the difference. Therefore young people are attracted.
Right. So the end is the same, it's the method of getting there.
Not method. You are not at all following. Even the method is there. Just I say, the method is there. Don't kill, and you are killing.
I say, but the end is the same. Your
end is the same.
Is the same, but it's the way of
method is also same.
Yeah.
But they are not teaching people to follow the method. I am teaching them practically how to follow and how to do it.
Let me ask you something that we've run into a great deal just recently. We just started a youth supplement for kids. And one of the most, what should I say? That particular thing which provides perhaps the biggest schism between man's, or at least American man's and woman's, love of God or the following of the Ten Commandments is the problem, how should I put it? Well, the sexual problem. We here in this country are taught, and we have the Puritan background that sex is a bad thing. And I think hopefully we're coming out of it. But when young people, a person reaches the age of puberty, here in this country, I don't know from other countries, begins to have obviously a terrible problem. Now I'm stating something that's obvious. We've all gone through this.
Yes, everyone.
But it seems that it has been impossible for the Western churches to give to the young people something to hold on to so that they can understand, number one, that what they're feeling is a normal, beautiful thing, and number two, how to cope with it. And there is nothing in Western culture that teaches or helps a young person to cope with this thing that is a very, very difficult problem. And I went through it, we all have. Now, do you, in your message, give the young people something to hold, to hang on to, and if so, what?
Yes, I give.
What?
I ask all my disciples to get married. I don't allow these boys living with boyfriend, girlfriend. No. If you must get yourself married, live like gentlemen. Treat your wife as assistant. Treat your husband as your provider. In this I am teaching. This boy was just 4 days before he is professor. So I have got so many of my disciples married, and they are living very happy. This girl is married. Formally they are living with girlfriend, boyfriend. I don't allow that. I don't allow that.
Well, let me get a little more basic. How about when someone is 14, 15, 16 years old?
The same thing. Of course, another thing is that we teach our boys to become brahmachari. Brahmachari means how to lead the life of celibacy. Just how I explain.
Yeah.
Brahmachari life.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, it's control of the senses, and he teaches us how to control the senses. Generally, marriage doesn't take place until a boy is about 22, 23, 25.
You mean in his culture?
Yes. We select girl, say about 16, 17 years old, and boys not more than 24 years old. I get them married. Okay? And because their attention is diverted to Krishna consciousness, they have very little interest simply for sex life. They have got better engagement. Parang drishtani vartate. You see? We give substitute. We simply don't say that you don't do it, but we give something better. You see? Then automatically the don't automatically comes. You see?
At the right time.
And immediately. We give something better, engagement.
What is it?
Just like our boys and girls, they are all engaged in Krishna consciousness business, in temple work, in painting, in typing, in recording, so many things. And they are happy. So they are not going to cinema, they are not going to club, they are not drinking, they are not smoking. So practically I am training them how to control. And there is possibility. Because these boys and girls, they are all Americans. They are not imported from India. Why they have taken to it? This system is so nice that they have liked it. So if you spread this system, then everything will be solved.
So, well, then that's...
We don't prohibit that you don't mix with women or you stop sex life. We don't say that. But we make everything regulated under Krishna consciousness. Their aim is higher. These are all secondary platform. So in this way, everything is nice.
Is this what Gandhi did?
Huh? No, what Gandhi knew. He was a politician. He did not know anything about this country.
Well, I read that when he was 36 years old, he became a celibate. That was it.
That is, of course, he had some Hindu cultural ideas. That is nice. He began very. That's all right. But Gandhi had no very advanced spiritual ideas. He was more or less politician, statesman.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
You're very courageous.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this the answer seems very very pat, so to speak. And if it's that...
Now, if you cooperate, then I can change the whole thing in your country. They will be very happy. Everything will be very nice. This Krishna consciousness movement is so nice. Provided you cooperate. Nobody is cooperating. Simply these boys, they have kindly come to me and cooperating. So my movement is progressing, but very slowly. But if the leaders of the American people, they come and they try to understand and they try to introduce the system, your country will be the nicest country in the world.
How long have you been involved in this?
2.5 years.
2.5 years? How old are you?
I'm 28.
You're 28. Just sort of turned you around?
Considerably.
From a practical standpoint, how is this sexual thing that the Swami was talking about, how has this affected you? I mean, have you found that there's efficacy in that which has been, we were just talking about? Because to me it's one of the very paramount problem in terms of young people.
Well, there are desires, and we have so many desires. The sexual desire is perhaps one of our strongest desires.
Mm-hmm.
So these desires are channeled, so to speak. They're redirected, and they're directed toward Krishna.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying, is it efficacious? Does it work?
Yes, it works. It works, but you have to stick with it. It can be very difficult, especially at first, but it works. You have to resolve to make it work. You have to want it to work.
I want to understand this thoroughly. In other words, it's nothing that you feel that you're giving up.
No, it's that when you see something better.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And
that's important.
You are accepting something better.
Not by just biting your tongue or your lips and saying, I don't want to touch that, I don't want to touch that. There is a substitute.
It's not, you have a capacity for enjoyment, and you're not going to give up something. It's very human not to give up something unless you have something better. So, the case is that you have to get something better.
Yes.
To give up one thing.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been here, sir?
I came here in September 1965. And then I was little indisposed in May 1967, I think. Then I went back to India. Then again I came back in December 1967. Just 1 year passed.
Yes, I see.
Yes.
Why did you come here? I mean,
Because I want to give this culture to the world, and my idea is that America is advanced country. If they accept it, then it will be possible to broadcast the idea throughout the whole world. That is my idea. But I am hopeful now, because these educated young Americans, they are taking serious interest to this movement. And we are publishing papers, books, and they are writing very nicely. So I am an old man, I may die, but I have implanted the idea. It will go on. It will go on. And they will be accepted. That experiment is done. If it is nicely propagated, then it will be accepted without any fail. And these boys who have come to me, they are taken seriously. So I am hopeful.
I saw your magazine. It's a beautiful magazine.
Back to Godhead?
Oh, yeah. Beautiful magazine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful thing. Who is it? Where is that done?
It is published in New York.
In New York?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw the latest issue. Beautiful. How many people are in the movement? I mean, approximately.
I've got about a little more than 100 disciples who are strictly following my regulative principles.
100?
Yes.
Yeah.
In different branches. I've got about 13 branches. Some of the disciples are working in London.
In London?
Yes, they're doing very nice.
Oh, yeah.
They're all married couples. I got them married. Yes, I got them married. They're young boys, all within 30. My oldest disciple is 28, otherwise 25, 24, at most 30. And similarly, girls, you have seen this girl, you see. So I get them, make them happy, marriage life. Their mentality is not, they are not after so-called popped-up life. They can live very simply, with least demand of bodily necessities, but thinking very high of Krishna consciousness. So I am very hopeful that even I die, because I am an old man, 73 years old, I may die at any moment, but I am now assured my movement will go on, these boys will carry. That my mission is, in that way, successful. I came here with this idea, that this Krishna consciousness movement should be started for America. Because anything accepted by America, people follow. Because America is considered to be this. Now actually, America is not a poverty-stricken country. No. So, they can very easily understand, they can take it. And there are many confused youths. So with all this consideration I came here. And I think I'm successful. Yes.
Doesn't seem like very many converts in that amount of time. How many followers are there? Pardon me, please.
That's right.
How many followers are there within it? Just 100?
Little more than 100.
Well,
these are initiates who are strictly following. Of course, there are more and more people come to the temple. More people join us.
How many temples are there?
We have about 13 temples.
How many?
13.
13?
One in this Los Angeles, one San Francisco, one New York, one Santa Fe, one Buffalo, one Boston, one Montreal, one Vancouver, Seattle, Columbus, and then London, Hamburg, in this way, Hawaii.
Yeah. Well, there got to be more than 100 people in 13 temples.
Yeah. Yes, more than 100. Yes, about.
I don't know.
Yes, I've got least. There's more than 100.
Because that would only be an average of 10 per temple.
Yes. Here we have got about 20 heads in this temple.
But 20 here.
Yes.
Now, where does the money come from to print Godhead?
God sends.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, but God doesn't write checks and stuff like that. I'm just sort of curious. And I must say that one of that
God dictates you and you pay. That's all.
I must say that answer to that question is a very ambivalent answer.
I came here, you will be surprised. I came here with $7 only. And the whole establishment expenditure is not less than $5,000 monthly. At least.
That's $60,000 a year. Yeah. Well, I mean, is it donated?
Do you think 5,000 is very minimum? I think it is more than that.
I have no idea.
Yes. Because we are paying, this temple we are paying 400, simply rent. Similarly, each and every place we are paying 300, 400 rent.
Well, do people come to the services who are not disciples, devotees?
No, we allow everyone, come on, chant, take prasadam, we offer this prasadam, chant, dance, hear Bhagavad Gita, and take prasadam and go home.
Yeah. And in other words, so that if they want to donate something, they donate?
Yes. We ask donation, that we are simply depending on donation. If you like, you can pay.
Yeah.
People pay.
Yeah. And is that how the magazine is published?
Magazine also we take to the market and put it for sale. People purchase. So actually, we have no steady fund.
Oh, you don't?
No. We're simply depending on Krishna. But by the grace of Krishna, our movement is increasing. It is not decreasing.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I just, I'm curious about this because it's a beautiful magazine. It
so
really
try to help us.
Pardon?
Try to help this movement. Your America, there are so many rich men. If somebody comes and help this movement, one or two, we can make very steady progress. We have no money. They are struggling very hard. See? This boy is professor in the YU University. So whatever he is earning, he is spending for this. Similarly, all the boys, whatever they earn, they spend. But that is not sufficient, you see. We require to make propaganda. We cannot sufficiently publish this magazine. We want to publish it at least 50,000 per month. But there is no money. You see. We are publishing at most 5,000.
Pretty blowing show for it.
Concept.
Thought it was a shofar.
What is that?
Shofar.
Shofar? No.
The Jewish ram's horn.
Oh.
This conch shell sounding is considered auspicious. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually it is conch shell sounding.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So after offering prayer to the Lord, we do this conch.
I guess I really asked the main question, not the main question, but the thing that I wanted to know was, again, was why and about people like the Maharishi, which turned me off and so many people. And my daughter was very involved in that kind of thing for a while.
The psychology
she's terribly disillusioned.
The psychology is that your people, or the Western people, especially youngsters, they are hankering after something, you see. But the difficulty is, just like me, if somebody comes, Swamiji initiates me, I immediately says that you have to follow these 4 principles. So he goes there. And this Maharshi, he did not put any restriction. You see? Just like a physician, if he says that you can do whatever you like, you simply take my medicine, you will be cured. That physician will be very much liked. You see?
Yeah, he'll kill a lot of people, but
Yeah.
it's very light.
And a physician who says, oh, you cannot do this, you cannot do this, you cannot eat this, it is botheration. So, they want something. That is a fact. But at the same time, they want it very cheap. Therefore, the cheaters come and cheat them. They take the opportunity. The people want to be cheated. Let us take the advantage, you see. Otherwise, they are advising that you are God, everyone is God, you just realize yourself, you have forgotten, and you take this mantra and you become God and you become powerful, whatever you like you can control, and there is no control of senses. You can drink, you can have unrestricted sex life and whatever you like. People like this, simply by 15 minutes meditation I shall become God, and I have to pay only $35. So many millions of people will be ready. $35 in a country is not. But that man, 35 multiplied by million, he becomes $35 million. And we are crying here because we cannot bluff. We say that if you actually want, you have to follow this restriction. We cannot allow you that the commandment is, you shall not kill. And I shall say, yes, you can kill. The animal has no feeling. The animal has no soul. We cannot bluff in this.
Better to what is? I want to know. It's a shame that this kind of thing, as I say, has turned off an awful lot of kids, an awful, very disenchanted young people. Because
so please try to help us. This movement is very nice. It will help the humanity. It will help your country, the whole human society. It is a genuine movement. There is nothing bluff, nothing cheating. It is authorized. So I will request you because
authorized by whom?
By authorized from Krishna.
Is there in India a licensing body by the state for people who to preach or to how the heck would you say it here?
It was not there because in India there are so many churches and they are supposed to be very saintly person. So simply to become a disciple of a saintly person is sufficient certificate. Just like in your country, marriage requires certificate. In India still there is no certificate. The boys and girls, they are seated and before the relatives and priest, an elderly person, they are offered, I am doing that. There is no certificate. But still their connection is lifelong. What certificate will do? That ceremony is so nice. The wife takes my husband for life. And the husband takes wife as he is my companion for life. They cannot separate. There is no history in India that there was a certificate issued. No. But still the connection is so nice, the lifelong. Now they are being westernized, especially I am very sorry to say that lately our so-called westernized leaders, they are introducing this Hindu code bill, this marriage certificate, this and that. Formally they are existing.
Is there much divorce in India?
Yes, the modern so-called advanced boys and girls, they are now after divorce.
But
before that, even there was misunderstanding between husband and wife, there is no question of divorce. Take for my life, practical. I was a householder, now I have given now. So practically I did not agree with my wife. But there is no dream of divorcing. You see? There is neither she dreamt, neither I dreamt. This was unknown. Now they are being introduced.
Western culture.
Yes.
Do you have much of a following in India itself?
Yes, not my personally, but my other god brothers. This cult is very good.
How many
All millions. We have got this Vaishnava philosophy, the Krishna consciousness, millions and millions, almost all, 80%. You ask any Indian, and he will talk so many things about Krishna consciousness. He may not be my disciple, but there are many saintly persons like me, they are doing this business.
Did you get formal training with a...
Yes, I was initiated by my Guru Maharaj. Is that my spiritual master photo?
Oh, I see.
Yes. So, your country wanted a certificate for making me permanent resident. So I got a certificate from my god brothers that I am initiated. Mm-hmm. That's all. But otherwise, in our country, there is no necessity of certificate.
In other words, there's nothing like going to a seminary in India where you go to a seminary or a monastery and
this is monastery.
For 4 years.
Yes, there is a monastery. We have got an institution, Gaudiya Math Institution. They have got hundreds of branches. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You go for a prescribed course of study?
Yes, prescribed course of study, 2-3 books, that's all. Anyone can read. Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. You learn everything. You haven't got to learn so many huge volumes of books. Because Bhagavad Gita is such nice book. If you can understand one line, you advance 100 years. You see?
Yeah.
So it is meaningful and so solid. Mm-hmm. Therefore, we have published this Bhagavad Gita as it is. Let your people read it. Let them question and try to understand what is this movement.
Mm-hmm. Macmillan is publishing this.
Yes, Macmillan is publishing.
Now, do you go to this institute for a certain period of time?
There is no fixed period.
There is
no. But say for me, I was trained. My father was of this line.
Oh, your father did?
Oh, yes. My father trained me from childhood. Yes. And then I met my spiritual master in 1922, and I was initiated in 1922. On the whole, there was a background. Because as I told you, there are 80-90% people are Krishna conscious, my family-wise.
I see.
So we are trained up from the beginning of our life. Officially, of course, I accepted my spiritual master in 1933.
Okay.
Since then, I had some background, and since I met, I developed this idea.
I see. So you have been, in a sense, spreading this word since 1933 on your own?
No, I am spreading this missionary since 1900, practically since 59.
59? Yes. I see. What did you do from the time?
I was a householder. I was doing business in medicine. Formerly, I was manager in a big chemical farm. But I was cultivating this knowledge. Although I was householder, I was publishing this Back to Godhead.
So you were publishing that?
In India.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I started in 1947.
Yeah.
Under the order of my spiritual master. So whatever I was earning, I was spending.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was not getting any return, but I was distributing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing this business since a long time. But actually, after giving up all connection with my family, I am doing this work since 1959.
Well, do you have children? No?
Oh yes, I've got grown-up boys.
Well, you just left them?
Yes. I've got my wife, my grandchildren, everyone. But I have no connection with them. They are doing their own way. My wife is interested to the elderly boys. Yes.
Well, I find that sort of difficult to assimilate. To give up your family and just sort of say, see you later.
Yes, that is the Vedic regulation. Everyone should give up family connection at a certain age, after the age of 50. One should not remain in family life. That is Vedic culture. Not that up to death one is in family wise. No, that is not good.
Can you explain?
First of all, a boy is trained as brahmachari, spiritual life. Then he is advised not to enter family life. But if he is unable to control his sex life, he is allowed, all right, you get yourself married. Then he remains in family life, say he marries at the age of 24 or 25. If 25 years, let him enjoy sex life. In the meantime, he gets some elderly children. So at the age of 50, the husband and wife goes away from the home and they travel in all places of pilgrimage just to detach them from family affection. In this way, when the man is little more advanced, he asks his wife that he go and take care of the family, and your sons grown up, they will take care of you. Let me take sannyas. So he becomes alone and preaches the knowledge which is there. This is Vedic civilization. Not that a man should remain in family life from birth to death. No. In Buddhism also, there is compulsory regulative principle that a Buddhist must have become a sannyasi at least for 10 years. Yes. Okay. Because the whole idea is how to attain spiritual perfection. So if one remains in family life encumbered, he cannot make any spiritual advancement. But if the family also, whole family is Krishna conscious, then it is helpful. But that is very rare. Because the husband may be Krishna conscious, the wife may not be. But the culture was so nice that everyone remained Krishna conscious.
Do you think that really, from a very practical standpoint, do you think that your movement has a chance to make it here in America?
So far I've seen it has great chance.
So your message is really no different from that of Moses or Christ or any of the other great religious leaders, that if people will follow the ethic of the Ten Commandments and follow it, that's where it is.
We ask people that we don't say that you give up this religion and come to us. But at least you follow your own principles. And just like a student, after finish, sometimes in India it happens that although they have passed an examination in Indian university, they come to foreign university to study more. So why does it come? To get more enlightenment. Similarly, any religious scripture you may follow. But if you get more enlightenment here, in this Krishna conscious movement, why should you not accept it? If you are serious about God. Mm-hmm. Why should you say, oh, I am Christian, I am Jews, I cannot attend your meeting? Why should you say, oh, I cannot allow you to speak in my church? If I am speaking about God, what objection you have got?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes.
I'm sure you know, and I'm certainly aware that it's only recently that, for example, a Catholic couldn't even come in here. He has another church. That's changed.
Now I have written one letter to Pope. You have seen that? Where is that paper?
It's in here. Oh, the letter to the... Did he answer?
I'm not receiving any answer. In this paper?
I don't know.
No, not in this paper. Where is the latest? Who is there? Ask to bring one latest. Bring one latest. Yes. So, you just that letter, but unfortunately I received no reply. How is that? I used to cooperate with everyone, but they are declining. What can I do? I am prepared to talk with any God-conscious man. let us chalk out the program so that people may be benefited. But they want to go in their own stereotyped way. If we see that following a particular type of religious principle, one is developing his love of Godhead, that is first class religion. But if one is developing his love for demon or mammon, then what is the religion?
True. No.
That is our test. If you have developed, we don't say that you follow Christianism or Mohammedanism or Judaism and Hinduism, we don't say. Whether you are developing a love of God. But they deny, I am God, who is God? I am God. Everyone is taught nowadays that everyone is God. Just see how fun. Everyone is God, do you think, like that?
You know from Mir Baba?
Huh?
You know,
He is also another rascal. He is preaching this, that everyone is God.
he says he's God.
He is God. Just see. This is going.
Do you know him?
Huh?
Have you ever seen him?
I have heard his name. I don't care to know these people.
Yeah.
He is making some propaganda. He is God.
He says he hasn't spoken in 40 years. 45 years.
That means people do not know what is God. Suppose if I come to you, if I say I am President Johnson, will you accept me?
No, I don't think I would.
That these people, rascals, are accepting as God because they do not know what is God. That is the defect. We know what is God. Therefore, we cannot accept any rascal declaring that he is God. That is the defect.
Well, it's just absolutely absurd that somebody comes down and tells you he's God.
But how much rascal he is who accepts him as God? He is rascal number one. He is a cheater, and the man who is cheated, he is also another rascal. He does not know what is God. Anybody comes and God. As God has become so cheap, it can be available in the market everywhere.
Well, of course, the Western concept is man is created in the image of God, consequently God must look like man, kind of thing. Therefore, any man can be God or godly.
That's all right. You have got so many scientists, just find out what is the image of God, whether he is form, is not. Where is that department? You have no such department. You have got so many department, technology department, this department. Where is that department? What is God to know? Is there any department of knowledge?
I don't know. There's no God department working that I know of. I'll tell you that right now.
That is difficult. But here is it. The Krishna conscious movement is the department of knowledge, how to know God. Then he will not accept any rascal as God. He will accept only God as God.
The following is an interview between His Swami Prabhupada and reporters, recorded June 29th, 1974, in Melbourne, Australia.
Do you understand this? Fish is taken from the water
Yes.
and if put on the land. So, you may give the fish very velvet cushion and anything, all nice thing. But will the fish will be comfortable?
No.
Similarly, if you, we living entities, we are spirit soul. We are not this material body. Unfortunately, our system of education is so dull that the authorities do not know that we are not this body, we are spirit soul. Still, there are big philosopher, big politician, and big leader, social authorities. A real thing is mistake. He is accepting this body as self. or he is thinking that the bodily comforts will make me happy. But that cannot be. Because the body is made of matter and we are spirit soul. The same thing. From water you catch the fish and put on the land, it will never be happy. So long you will continue to have this material body, there cannot be any happiness. And so many problems. The main problem is birth, death, old age and disease. So this is due to this material body. Therefore, an intelligent man should know that I am not this body, I am spirit soul, my field of activities are on the spiritual platform, and then I will be happy. So Krishna consciousness movement means educating people how to be situated on the spiritual platform and be happy. This is the sum and substance of Krishna consciousness.
So that
Divine Grace, do you think that chanting the Hare Krishna mantra is the only way to achieve liberation?
Yes. The Hare Krishna mantra means Krishna, the Lord, and Hare or Hara means Krishna's energy. It's like you are there, the heater is there, and the heating energy is there. Similarly, Krishna is there, and Krishna's energies are there. Just like the sun is there, and the sun's energy is there, the sun sign, heat and light. Is it not? There is heat and light. That is from the sun, but still the heat and light is different from the sun. Suppose you are in the sun sign. In one sense you are in the sun, and in another sense you are not in the sun. Because sun's temperature is so high, had you been in the sun, you would have been immediately blown up, burned into ashes. But you are in the sun sign, the energy of sun. So, Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is situated as the supreme fire, and whatever we are experiencing, that is his energy. Although sun is, the example, sun is 93 million miles away, but on account of the sun's energy spread, we are feeling the presence of sun. Only we have to associate with God, Krishna, by chanting his holy name. Because Krishna being absolute, he is not different from his name. And therefore if you chant Hare Krishna mantra without any offense, then you directly associate with Krishna.
In all scriptures that I've read, it's always said that the disciple, the devotee, must remember God's name or remember it constantly. And so you're saying that the Hare Krishna mantra is God's name. How do we know this?
I don't know your name.
My parents gave it to me.
From authority. Similarly, from authority you have to know.
From scriptures.
Yes.
Srila Prabhupada, what about other religions such as Christianity and...
There is no second religion. There is only one religion. That is God consciousness.
And are these people...
Now, as soon as you designate Christian, Hindu, Muslim, that is upadhi, designated religion. Just like you are here and you are in black coat. So, if I say black Mr. such and such, to say black Mr. such and such, there is no need. Mr. such and such is sufficient. But we have been accustomed to say like that, black Mr. such and such, white Mr. such and such. Similarly, religion is one. But due to our sophisticated mind, we call it Christian religion, Hindu religion, Muslim religion. Why don't you come in? Why don't you outside?
I'm not working clothes.
All right. So, there cannot be, but for particular reasons or circumstances we call it, but religion is one. That means to abide by the laws of God. That is religion.
Do you believe this?
If you do not know what is God, what is His law, that is another thing. But the religion means to abide by the laws of God. That's it. It cannot be Hindu, Muslim, Christian. It's like the state law. So, there are many persons, citizens of the state. The law is not that it is for the Christians, it is for the Jews, it is for the Negroes, it is for the white men. It is not like that. Law is the same for everyone. You can call it, this is Negro law, this is white law, this is black law. No. That is not very scientific. Scientific is that God is there and we are all, God is great, we are all subordinates and we have to obey the orders of God. That is religion. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Therefore you cannot say Christian religion, Hindu religion, Muslim religion. Religion is religion. That's God is neither Hindu, Muslim, Christian. God is God. God is one. It may be that God is one, but we understand Him from different angles of vision. And that different angles of vision may be called as Christian angle vision, the Hindu angle vision, this Jews angle vision. But that is angle of vision. Just like the sun is there, here we see it is not so bright, but you ask some Arabian friend, he is saying it is very bright. So his appreciation of the sun is different from your appreciation. Here it is cloudy, it is misty, but the sun is the same. There is no such thing as Hindu religion, Muslim religion, Christian religion. It is all sophisticated. Religion is one. You must know what is God, and you must know what is order and abide by it. Here, that's all. We are preaching that.
By your divine grace, since religion is one, do you think man will enter into a golden age in which he will accept one God?
If they do not accept, they are foolish. If God is one, God cannot be two.
So, Srila Prabhupada, is the purpose of human life to realize God?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the only purpose. Except this purpose, fulfilling, anything we are doing, that is animalism. That the dog is jumping, we are also jumping like that. It is dogs dancing, that's all. What is the difference? A dog is thinking, I am very strong dog, I am this. And another man, I am Englishman, I am. So what is the difference? Mentality is the same. To think of this body, that I am this body, that is equal to the dog, to the man. When one understands that I am not this body, I am spirit soul, that is humanity.
So Srila Prabhupada, have you realized God?
What do you think? What is your opinion?
I can't say.
That if I say yes, then what you will understand? If you are not yourself expert, then even if I say yes, I am God realized, I will take it as true. If you do not know what is God realization, then how you can ask this question and how will you be satisfied by the answer? You do not know.
Well, what is God realization?
Then you are asking, are you God realized? If I say yes, then I will believe it. You do not know what is God realization. That's why you put this question. You do not know yourself. If I say yes, I will understand that I am right. Therefore you should not put all these questions. It has no value. You do not know yourself what is God realization. Yeah, just like a medical man, if he asks another man, medical man, so if he says yes, then medical man will understand him by technical terms, whether he is medical. So unless one is medical man, what is the use of asking another man, are you medical man?
So you think we should...
Unless you are prepared to take the answer, whatever I give. Are you prepared?
Yes.
Then it is all right. I am seeing God every moment. So, unless you are prepared to take the answer, we should not put answer.
Do you see meditation as a means to God's realization?
Yes, meditation is also a means, but you cannot meditate now, because you do not know what is God. How will you meditate? Meditation upon something. But if you do not know what is God, upon whom you will meditate? First of all you must know. Just like we know God, Krishna, and Krishna says, Manmana bhava bhakta. Always think of me. This is meditation. So we meditate upon Krishna. That is perfect meditation. Even meditation means to think of God. But if you do not know what is God, how you think of?
It's written in many scriptures that God is light.
God is everything.
God is everything.
God is darkness also. We say God is that from whom everything comes. So light also comes, darkness also comes. So darkness also comes from God.
Do you think meditation is a way to see the God inside yourself, to see God inside
Yes.
yourself?
That is the description of meditation. Dhyanavastita tadgatina manasa pasyanti jan yogina. The yogis, by their mind, concentrating upon God, they try to see Him. So, you must know what is God. Just like our institution, they know what is God, description of God. They can think of God. But if you have no idea of God, how do you think of it?
In your books you talk about Brahma Loka, which I suppose is heaven.
No, there are many lokas. Heaven also one of them. Brahma Loka also one of them. Don't you see so many planets system? So there are innumerable planets
Some of them may be Brahmaloka, Chandraloka, Varunaloka, Suryaloka, there are so many others. So Brahmaloka is one of the planets.
So that's actually a physical planet?
Hey, don't you see physical planets? The sun is not a physical planet.
It is.
What do you mean by physical?
Well, actually existing on material.
So don't you see existing so many planets? At night, anywhere, what there?
Stars and planets, yes.
Yes.
So, actually heaven is...
Oh yes.
In this material universe.
Yeah. It's like when we say United States or America, that's actually a place. There are living entities, there are men, mountains, rivers, everything is there. Similarly, all these planets, they are inhabited by living entities. There are similarly cities and towns and mountains and rivers and oceans, everything is there. Of different pattern. Just like the moon planet, it is the temperature is 200 degrees below zero. So you cannot go and live there. But there are living entities who can live there. Just like even on this planet, there are living entities in the Arctic region. But for us it is very difficult to live there. And there are different climatic influences, even on this planet. One place is suitable for one kind of man, another place is suitable for another. Just like we are Indian, we cannot tolerate such, pinching, cool. Similarly in India, you cannot tolerate scorching heat. So, for each and every planet, there are different patterns of living entities, they can live. They say, you cannot live within water. For that reason you cannot say, nobody can live in the water. That is foolishness. You cannot live, we say. There are so many fishes, varieties of fishes, they are living. Don't carry your present experience to others. That is not very good argument. Here, the so-called scientists are saying, in other planets there is no living entity. What? They are putting so many reasons that this is lacking, but what do you know what is lacking and what? These things are not accepted. You do not know anything about the other planets, how you can say there is no living entity?
Is there a Hare Krishna movement in India?
Yes.
How strong is it?
Huh?
How strong is it?
How strong? As strong as you think. Because in every village, every town, every home, there is Hare Krishna. Still.
Divine Grace, do you think, can you see a time coming when all mankind will be united?
That is very difficult to say, but we can be united on the spiritual platform, not on the material platform. It is not possible.
Do you think that stage is possible within this generation?
It is possible at any time, provided people take to spiritual life, but they will not take to it. For example, one of the items of spiritual life is no meat eating. So, do you think this pleasure will be taken by everyone? This is one of the items. of spiritual life. No meeting.
Is that a necessary?
Oh yes. Without, if you don't stop meditating, you cannot understand what is spiritual life. A sinful life cannot understand what is God, what is devotion. It's not possible.
And is that the same for others?
This is sinful, yes. Or items, our students, they do not indulge. Illicit sex life, meat, fish, egg eating, intoxication up to cigarette smoking, drinking tea, coffee, and gambling. These are the 4 pillars of sinful life. So unless one gives up these 4 things, he cannot understand what is God, what is God's kingdom, what is our business. Nobody can understand.
Drinking tea and coffee also?
Oh yes, it is also intoxicating.
Divine Grace, in a lot of scriptures I read, there's a lot of references to the breath. And the breath as being the breathing,
yes.
the source of God. And there are some yogas which concentrate on the breath.
Yeah, there are different airs within the body, and controlling the air and putting this soul is already floating in the air. So the yogic mystic process can bring the soul from different places, and then they bring it here, and they are certain where he has to go, and then from this hole, what is called this hole? Brahmananda, we say.
Cerebral. Cerebral.
There is some hole. From that hole, the soul goes out to any planet he likes. That is perfection of yoga. But here in your country, the yoga means a certain type of exercise.
And this path of devotional yoga, bhakti yoga, that is the path for this time, for this age?
Yes. Bhakti yoga is the real yoga. You will find in Bhagavad Gita, when yoga system is described, the Lord says, Yoginamapi sarvesam madgato antaratmana sadhyavan bhajate yoman samejuktam. The first class yogi is he who is always thinking of me, of Krishna, within himself. He is first class yogi. So these students, they are being educated how to think of Krishna always, 24 hours, without any stop. And that is first class yogi.
If you were to think about something, don't you first have to see that thing?
Yeah.
Well, are you showing your devotees Krishna?
Oh yes, certainly.
Then what does what is Krishna? What does Krishna?
Then ask them who have seen already. Ask them. They will tell you what is Krishna. But the same thing, if he says something about Krishna, will you accept it? Huh?
Yes.
Will you accept?
Yes.
Let's see, here is Krishna.
But that's a painting.
That is painting. Suppose your painting is there. Can I not say that here is Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
There?
Yes.
What is wrong there?
Well, the artist would have been looking at me to paint the picture of me. Well, was the...
No, your photograph is not yourself.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Similarly, it is Krishna's painting. But the difference is that you cannot talk with your photograph, but we can talk with Krishna's photograph. That is the difference.
But some of these pictures are slightly different. They show different.
On principle it is that Krishna's collar is there, Krishna's flute is there, Krishna's peacock feather is there. These are describing the Shastra. Venum kannantang aravinda dalayataksam varahavatam samsitam vadasam. So, Krishna's, suppose even hand painting of yourself, one man paints a little different from your face, another man paints, but on the whole, it is the same. Krishna is not depending on the painting, but on the features of his description as it is in the Shastra. Krishna's collar is described there, Krishna's peacock feather is described there, Krishna's flute is there, Krishna's eternal concert, pranaya keli, in loving mood always, Krishna. Pranaya keli kala vilasam is always in enjoying spirit. So, we get the idea of Krishna, and Krishna being absolute, the idea of Krishna and Krishna is non-divine.
But if a painter was to paint a picture of me, or of Alan, or anybody, first they'd take the subject, and the subject would be a living person, and then they'd paint the picture, and the picture would be an
subject is there. That Krishna's collar is bluish, Krishna has got in his hand a flute, Krishna has got a peacock feather on his head, Krishna stands, little carving, Tribhanga Lalitam. Tribhanga meaning 3 ways he is carved. You see, Tribhanga, three times he is carved. Shyamang Tribhanga Lalitam, Niyata Prakasam. This is the description of the Veda. Like my student, they have painted so many pictures. So, I have given simply the hints that this picture should be like this. So they take note and make the picture, and people very much appreciate our picture. So you can paint pictures by taking hints from the authority. That is going on. So if you are intelligent, you can make almost like that.
But still somebody must have seen Krishna to actually paint him.
Krishna. Just like Krishna, when he was present on this earth, so many people saw him. And since then there are so many temples of Krishna's deity, Krishna's form. The same thing as it is stated in Vedic literature. They saw also personally. And they made statues, and they are being worshipped regularly. There are thousands of temples of Krishna. They are worshipped.
But has anybody actually seen Krishna today?
Yes. Just like your grandfather has seen your father, or your father has seen your grandfather. You may not have seen, but your father can describe about your grandfather. My father was like this, like this. What is the difficulty?
He asked if anyone now has seen Krishna.
How now one can see? He has to see through the parampara, succession. But you have not seen your great-grandfather. How do you know that you are? How do you know?
That my
great-grandfather or his father. You have not seen. How do you believe?
By your parents telling you?
Yes. And therefore you have to receive the knowledge from the authorities, parampara.
But Krishna is supposedly Krishna is eternal, or that is indestructible.
Yeah.
So surely he must be existing.
Yes,
today.
He is existing. Just like at night, the sun is existing, but you have no eyes to see him. That does not mean sun does not exist.
It is your deficiency. You cannot see.
So we need divine sight.
Whatever it may be, you require qualification. Similarly, Krishna is always existing. You require the qualification that is described in the Premanjana Charita Bhakti Vilochanena Santa Sadaiva Hridayeshu Vilokana. Those who are saintly person and in ecstatic love with Krishna, they are seeing 24 hours Krishna. And that is not very difficult to understand. If you love somebody, you are seeing him or her always. Is it not?
That's it.
You see? It requires the qualification of love. Then Krishna will be visible 24 hours. He will talk with you. These things are described. Tesham Sakadriptanam Bhajatam Kridikum Buddhijogam Dadami. Tam, that means talks. I give him intelligence. That means unless he talks, how he can give intelligence? You do this. So you have to qualify yourself to hear Krishna, to see Krishna, otherwise Krishna is always present.
The Divine Grace. There are many swamis and gurus and religious people throughout the world. How does one know which is a true guru? How does one recognize the true guru?
One who knows Krishna, his guru. Otherwise let us go. That's all.
What's the test of the true guru?
He will describe about Krishna, he will ask you to become devotee of Krishna. His business is to propagate Krishna. That is the symptom of it.
Srila Prabhupada, if we don't know what Krishna is, then and we still get a bona fide spiritual master, then how do we call that? Our good fortune?
Yes. That is stated in Chaitanya. Brahmanda Brahmite kono bhagyavanji, kono some fortunate person, not all. Brahmanda Brahmite kono bhagyavanji, Guru Krishna kripa paye bhakti. You find out this and teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Find out the teachings of Rupa Goswami.
What chapter?
See the content.
Teachings of Rupa Goswami. Then the next chapter is Sanatana Goswami.
What is that? There is no page mark? Teachings to Rupa Goswami?
Yes, there's one chapter. I'm looking through the chapter from page 21 to 39.
That is teaching to Rupa Goswami.
It's called Teachings to Rupa Goswami.
So go on reading. Where it is stated that in this way, wandering, the living entity by the mercy of Krishna, fortunate. It is on the beginning of this. What is the real chapter?
Within this Brahmanda or universe there are innumerable living entities.
Yes.
And according to their own fruitive activities they are transmigrating from one species of life to another, and from one planet to another. In this way their engagement in material existence is being continued since time immemorial. The living entities are atomic parts and parcels of the Supreme Spirit. There is, however, a measurement for the length and breadth of the atomic spiritual spark. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 87th chapter, 36th verse, that if you divide the top of a hair into 100 parts, And again, if you divide one part of that into another 100 parts, such 1/10,000th part of the tip of a hair is the length and breadth of the individual soul. This is also confirmed in the Vedas in the Svetaspataro Upanishad. This atomic magnitude of the individual living entity is again described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, 16th chapter, 11th verse, as follows. This is a speech given by one of the four Kumaras, known as Sananda, on the occasion of performing a great sacrifice. He said, O Supreme Truth, if the living entities were not infinitesimal living sparks of the Supreme Spirit, then each minute spark would have been all-pervading, and there would be no necessity of its being controlled.
If the living entity is equal to the Supreme Being, then suppose you are a living entity, you could speak everything of what is going on in others, mind or body. You cannot say what I am thinking. I cannot say what you are thinking. Therefore, I or you are not all-pervading. You are limited. And that is living entity. This is a very nice example.
But if the constitution of the living entity is accepted as being the minute part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, then automatically he becomes a controlled living entity under supreme energy or power. This is his constitutional position. Therefore, if he remains as he is created in that natural position, he can attain full
We are created as being controlled. So instead of aspiring to become controller, if we remain controlled, that is our natural position. But some rascals, they are trying to become controller. By meditation, I said, I have become God. And if you are a God, then how you have become dog? This is going on, cheating, the so-called science. Do they not say, I am God? Do they not say? I am God, you are God, everyone God.
No, some might say that, but
some of them, I am talking to some of them.
Yes.
Some of them are not all foolish. Some of them are foolish. So this foolish person, they say that I am God, you are God, everyone. That is foolishness. We are not God. We are part and parcel of God, qualitatively one. But we are not the Supreme Being. We are living being, but not Supreme Being.
God is within us.
God is inside, outside, everywhere.
Who do you think Jesus Christ was?
Let us finish one. Jesus Christ himself said that he is Son of God, that's all.
Yes.
That's all.
But if you take a drop of water and you merge it back into an ocean, this is an example that's often given, I think, by these masters, that if you take a drop of water and you put it into an ocean, that drop becomes one with that ocean.
The drop of water becomes ocean?
No, but it becomes merged in that ocean.
That's all right. Merging is different. But the ocean remains the ocean.
Yes.
And you remain the drop. Because now, suppose your body, material body, earth, water, air, now when this body will be decomposed, so this form will not remain. Does it mean that your body has become the whole universal material element?
But surely body is different from soul.
That body is absorbed in the bigger material elements. Yes. That does not mean your body has become the whole material element. Similarly, a drop of ocean water is drop always. It does not become ocean. It appears that it is mixed up, but that does not mixed up does not mean the drop will become an ocean. That is not the fact.
But when the drop mixes with the ocean,
yes,
it's like the human finite form merging with the infinite, and then it acquires the powers of the infinite, omnipotence.
Mixes means, that's why the example is given, just like a green bird enters into a tree which is also green. So to my eyes it appears that the bird is mixed up. But actually that is not fair. Suppose in an aeroplane, you see aeroplane is going on, then after some time you see there is no aeroplane, it is the same sky. It is mixed up. It is not mixed up. Your eyes is defective. It appears like mixed up. But it cannot mix up. The aeroplane is keeping its identity, the bird is keeping its identity.
Is the human soul then limited or unlimited?
Limited.
Limited.
Yes.
That it has boundaries and...
Yes. Because you are limited, therefore you are under the control of material nature. That is being explained there. He is limited. If he keeps his limited existence, that is nice. And unnecessarily if he wants to become unlimited, that is artificial. How it can be?
I seem to remember reading a chapter of the Bhagavad Gita that said, I can't quite remember what chapter it was, but it said that Krishna was talking to Arjuna, and it said that Krishna said to Arjuna, when you realize me, or when you realize God, or Krishna, you will see the whole of creation within sight. You will see the whole of creation within inside me and within inside yourself. Is that a true translation?
Where it is?
All beings in me and me and all beings.
Yes. Do you know that?
You will see all beings in me and me and all beings.
So only that. Does it mean all beings is Krishna?
The way I read it, the translation that I read also said within inside yourself, your own.
Krishna, as Paramatma, is everyone's heart. Ishvara sarva bhutana viddesha arjuna tishta. But that does not mean everyone is Krishna.
Yes.
You are in this room, that does not mean you are room.
So we are in God and God is in us.
Yes, without God we have no existence.
A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized man sees me everywhere.
That's different.
Divine Grace, do you think that every human being will become liberated? Do you think every human being will become liberated? This is what
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The following is an interview between His Divine Swami Prabhupada and the Associated Press, recorded July 16th, 1976, in New York.
Many people say that members of the International Krishna Consciousness Society are being cut off from work in the world, and therefore their contributions to the world being lost to the world. And I wondered how you felt about that.
Yes. But misunderstood.
That is true?
Misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
The difficulty is they do not understand on which platform we are working.
How would you describe that platform?
Yeah, that's like you or me or anyone. This living condition is one platform. And when I or you are dead, there is another platform. So generally, people are working on the bodily concept of platform.
What kind of
bodily?
Oh, by walking on the yeah.
And we are working on the spiritual platform. Just like, what is the distinction between a dead man and a living man? There is some distinction.
Right.
So, those who are working on the bodily platform, they are working on the dead platform.
Does that involve a majority of the people, or
anyone? It is a little difficult trying to understand that this body, so long the living force is there, the body is important. Do you follow it or not?
No,
this body is important how long? So long the life is there.
Sure. What I'm trying to get at is you say that...
You'll understand, just try to understand me, that this body is important so long life is there.
Right. Right, I agree with that.
So, this body minus life, what is the value?
None whatever.
This body minus life, what is the value?
None, no value.
No value. So, we are working on that platform where the life is there.
Yeah.
And people in general, they are working on the platform of this body.
On the platform of, on the dead platform, you say people in general...
The body is dead. Body is dead, just like your heart. It is dead, always. Either on your body or on the hanging on the hanger.
Your shirt.
Your heart and core.
Yeah.
Is it not?
My shirt and coat are dead.
Then is it not dead?
Right.
Similarly,
but my body is not dead.
The body is not because the living force is there.
Right.
So,
but people in general, you say, are walking on the dead platform in live bodies?
Working.
Yeah.
Working. Working on the dead platform in live bodies.
Dead?
No.
You don't talk.
No.
Is that correct?
Prabhupada explained to you previously that those who identify in the bodily concept, because the body itself is dead without the soul, is considered the dead platform. Because the body itself without the soul is dead, whereas we're concentrating on the platform of life, the life within the body, the soul. So that is the platform of life.
Well, is that what makes the people make this distinction between the life you are leading and the life of the world?
We are working in different platforms. We are working on the life platform. And general people, they are working on the dead platform.
And so, in a sense, the movement involves a rejection of the general world activity.
Not rejection.
And separation from it.
Not rejection. Just like your car. Your car is important so long it is moving. But if it does not move, then what is the importance of the car? Motor car.
Not if it's not in use, it's serving no purpose.
Yeah. Similarly, if you simply concentrate on the car without any attention to the car driver, then what is your knowledge?
It takes both. It takes both, the car and the driver.
Yes,
right.
Car is important so long it is moving. And when it is not moving, it has no importance. It is lump of matter. So the car, in both the conditions, while moving and not moving, it is lump of matter.
Well, does that mean that the general world's activities are like a non-moving car, a lump of matter?
Yes.
And that's why the Krishna movement is
appears to be different.
Appears to be separate from the world. Is that the proper word?
Yes.
How would you put that?
Yes.
How would you put it?
Yes.
We are...
We are also utilizing the car, but our attention is on the life principle, not on the dead metal.
Yes.
Appears to be separated. That's the way you would say it. Well, is it separated?
It is always separated. It is always separated. The driver and the car, they are always separated.
I'm talking about the movement from the secular world.
Professor, understand the analogy. The car and the driver is always separated. The driver is not car, neither the car is the driver.
Well, is the Krishna movement the driver or the car?
Krishna, first of all try to understand the analogy. There is
they
car,
are separate entities.
There is car and there is the driver.
Right.
That car is always different from the driver. And the driver is always different from the car. Is it not?
Absolutely. The car can't drive itself.
So if you take attention of the car and you do not know anything about the driver, then what is your knowledge?
I didn't quite get the question.
You pay attention to the car without paying attention to understanding who the driver of the car is. What is the driver and what is the use of your knowledge? In other words, the driver is the living entity or the soul, and the car is this body, the material elements of this material world, including the body. So without understanding who you are, who are the living entity within the body, or the driver within the car, then what is the use of your knowledge of the material elements without understanding who you are?
Well, since this dichotomy appears to be the case, I mean that there is the movement is sort of cut off from the world in general. Does that not deprive the world of the service and the usefulness of these people?
If you do not understand what is the movement, then how you can give your verdict like that? First of all, try to understand what is this movement.
The Krishna movement, the Krishna consciousness society.
What is that Krishna movement? That Krishna movement is just like to understand the driver.
The Krishna movement is meant to help people to understand the spiritual knowledge of who they actually are. That is what our movement is dedicated to. We're not dedicated for our own.
What is the purpose of the movement?
The purpose of the movement is to know who is the driver of the car.
To know who is the driver of the
car.
And who is that?
That is, we are contributing. People are in ignorance about his own identification. Who is he? He is thinking he is dead body. That is misconception.
There is no way to identify the driver of the car then.
No.
Let's say it is so difficult subject matter. I am speaking to you, still you feel difficulty. It is little difficult subject matter. So the car and driver, if you understand this analogy, the car and the driver. So who is important? The driver is important, the car is important. Both combined together, giving a service. The car is moving. But if they are separated, who is important? The car is important or the driver is important?
I don't know how I'm going to get the point you're making there across.
The point is
if the car and the driver are separated, the car is useless, the driver is a person. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right. And
the driver is always important.
The driver
is always important.
Right.
Within the car or without the car.
With or without the car. And if he's a chauffeur driving a carload of people, then he becomes less important. The people are primarily the ones that are important, that are in the car.
First of all, try to understand the car is moving with the help of the driver. So, the driver and the car, they are always different identity. So when the car is dead, the driver do not work with the car. But the driver is important, within the car or without the car.
The soul is important with this body or without this body. But the body without the soul is simply fertilizer, like you said. It's dead, useless. So our mission is to educate people about the driver, about the soul within the body.
And people are generally working on the body.
People are generally working on the body.
Yes.
And
we are working on the driver of the body. That is the difference.
Working on the driver of the body, on the spirit, right?
Yes, on the spirit soul. And because they do not know what is the difference between the soul and the body, they cannot understand what is our contribution.
But because they do not understand the difference in the soul and the body. That's why they don't understand what you're contributing.
We're going to give you a transcript.
So do you think that...
we are trying to give enlightenment about the driver of the car. Because the driver of the car is always important, either on the car or without the car. And people in general, they are giving importance on the car only. They have no knowledge of the driver. The car requires petrol and the driver requires nice food. So people in general, when they see that we are not giving petrol to the driver, they are surprised.
When they see that you are not giving a roll to the driver?
Petrol.
Oh, petrol. Oh.
Yeah. They think that petrol is the food of the driver.
In other words, to satisfy the body, does not satisfy the person within the body.
Therefore the minister, oh, they are not giving petrol to this man for eating. But the man's eatable is not the petrol.
I would like to ask you another question, Your Grace.
We have understood this point.
Okay.
Now, have you understood this point?
You understood the analogy.
Yeah, I accept. I suppose you. I suppose what you're saying is that the driver is the spirit of man.
Yeah.
And that the car is his physical functioning.
That's all.
So
the car requires petrol. Does it mean the driver also requires petrol?
You mean the spirit? Food? Does the spirit require food?
No, this analogy. The driver's food is different from the
body food
power of the motor car. The motor car without petrol cannot work. Similarly, the driver without food cannot work. But the food of the driver and the power of the motor car different.
The needs of the body and the soul are different.
So we are supplying the needs of the soul, and they are supplying the needs of the motor car. Therefore they find difference. They are thinking, they are not supplying petrol to this man for eating. That is the difference. They are crying, or they are not giving petrol for eating to the driver.
But actually we're giving all those things as well.
Yeah. Now we are supplying everything. Driver's food and the car's power.
Yeah.
But they see that why they are wasting time giving food to the driver.
Well,
they think that petrol is the food of the driver as well as the car. They do not know that the food of the driver is different from the petrol or the car. Try to understand this analogy.
Well, I gather what you're driving at is that bodily food is different than mental, than reading, intellectual food, spiritual food, and all kinds of body. We take in all kinds of things, information, ideas.
Yeah.
This is the kind of...
Not ideas, that is a fact.
This is one...
fact, but you driver, you must have your food. Otherwise you will die.
I'm looking at you. That's taking in a certain kind of information.
You cannot drive the car without food.
So you have to... all kinds of material, of information that you have to survive. That's true. But to get down the sidewalk without running into the buildings, you've got to see the wall.
Some substance is that if a person thinks that he is the car, the driver, if he thinks wrongly that he is the car, then his life is spoiled.
So if someone identifies too closely with the body, then his life is spoiled.
I think if he identifies with the body too much, his life is
not too much
at all.
He should know that he is different from the car. That is real knowledge. And if he identifies himself with the car, then he is a fool.
Well, is he supposed to care about and honor the body in the physical world? And
to
see the physical world as important.
If you are utilizing this coat you are taking care of it. But if you think that you are core, then you are doomed.
So if you use the body, you should take care of it. But if you think that you are the body, then you're doomed. Then it's foolishness. But naturally you take care of the body, but you don't identify with it.
Well, Your Grace, the spiritual quality is an important part of life, of course.
Yes. Otherwise, the animal.
Yeah.
If the man does not understand the value of his spiritual quality, then he is no better than the dog. The dog does not know.
What do you think of Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy Carter is a presidential candidate.
I do not know. What is the Jimmy? I do not know. Neither I.
Not aware of it.
Not care about politics.
Well, isn't that's part of what I'm thinking about, that you and your movement tend to separate people from concern with what's going on in the world. Like that's a presidential election and Jimmy Carter is the Democratic candidate. I mean, this is a disregard for what's going on in the world. Isn't that an example of it?
No, the thing is that there are many presidents. Before, what is the name of this?
Jimmy Carter. He is not president.
Ford is the president.
Ford is. So what improvement you have done by having this president or that president? What improvement you will make? Unless some false promise, that's all. What is the improvement? You have changed so many hundreds and thousands of presidents. But what is the improvement? About spiritual knowledge.
Prabhupada sees everything spiritually.
How's that?
He's seeing everything spiritually. What is the improvement spiritually out of all these presidents? So therefore we do not care.
You do not care what the president is.
No. We take care. But we take care more for the spirit soul than the body. That is our basic principle.
Do you think most of the Hare Krishna members will vote in the election in November?
They are turning.
He's asking if you think that they will vote. Our members
will vote. Will they participate in the election? Or will they register and vote, do you think?
Personally, I never give vote.
Never voted. You're a citizen, however, aren't you? A U.S. citizen?
I am permanent resident.
Permanent resident.
Yeah. Immigrant.
Will they follow your example and not vote?
I do not know, but our principle is that I vote for this man or that man. So, what is spiritual benefit? That is all.
If he was Krishna conscious, then you might vote.
We may vote if we so desire.
If the politician is God conscious, then we'll support him.
Vote for this man or that. What spiritual difference would it make? Is that the way you put that?
As long as the candidate is not God conscious, it won't make any difference which way we vote. But if he's God conscious, then
well, would he have to be a Krishna movement to be God conscious?
Would the candidate, in order for the candidate to be God conscious, would he have to be part of the Hare Krishna movement?
And he must know the science.
He must know the science.
Science.
God.
The spiritual
to be God science, to be God conscious, you must.
That's a great science.
Huh?
That's a great science.
Great science.
How's that?
In order to understand God, it is a great science.
Well, do you need to be involved in the Krishna movement to be God conscious?
No, he may take part in the movement or not, but he must know the science.
You mean the
movement is preaching?
Bhagavad Gita? You must know that, or what?
Not Bhagavad Gita or anything, but he was just like a book, mathematics. It may be written by different men, But one must be a mathematician.
Well, I think what Boli was saying, that is, if a Krishna consciousness member were running for an office, then you would get out and vote for him, that he would be God conscious.
Yes.
What I'm trying to ask, does he have to be Krishna conscious involvement in order to be God conscious?
And everyone should be Krishna conscious.
Huh?
Everyone should be Krishna conscious. Not only the president or not president. Everyone. That is the objective of human life. He must know himself, what he is.
Now that leads up to another question I wanted to ask you. Do you think that one of the attractions of Krishna consciousness is the rather exotic, unusual customs in the West? I mean, these customs are unusual in the West, then they have a sort of exotic
that ignorance,
fascination for young people.
That ignorance is there both in Western and Eastern. It is the ignorance of the human society.
Well, do you think it's the fact that it's an mysterious Eastern religion has an appeal to American young people?
When you bring Eastern religion, Western religion, it is a science. 2 + 2 is equally important, both in East and the West.
Well, it originated in the East, and it hasn't been customary in the West.
And originated just like the sun rises in India first. That does not mean the sun in America and sun in India is different. The sun is the same sun. It may appear first in the eastern side, but that sun does not belong either to the east or the west. Sun is sun.
Well, do you think that the eastern sun, meaning Hare Krishna, is appropriate in a culture that has a different religion tradition?
No. It is ignorance. When
the Jewish biblical Christian tradition is traditional in the West. The Hindu tradition.
I never say that Jews are Christian or Hindu or Muslim.
We are not Hindus.
We do not belong either to the Hindus or Christian or Jews. We belong to Krishna or God. Krishna means God.
Yeah, but you use the Hindu scriptures.
That is another thing. Just like we say the sun, Surya, and you say the sun. But the subject matter is the same. You say the sun in the sky as S-U-N, sun. And we say in India, Surya, S-U-R-Y-A. So the name may be different, but the object is the same.
In other words, do you think the India-originated religion serves this particular purpose in the Western society? I mean, is it of particular value in a rather technological society, the Hindu tradition?
And generally speaking, everywhere is identifying his body as the self. It does not mean east or west. This is ignorance. It may be in the east or in the west. It doesn't matter.
Well, can a self exist without a body?
No.
Huh? I mean, can a
self can exist
without... I mean, you say
body.
that people identify themselves, the body, as the self.
Yes.
And that's ignorance to identify the self with the body.
That I've already explained. That the driver...
But does that mean a sort of a rejection of the body as unimportant?
Not rejection.
the body is important to the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right to understand. That we have already explained. The driver and the car are two different identities. Is it not?
Yeah.
But the driver can exist without the car, and the car without the driver has no value.
Well, in that same, in keeping with that analogy, can the self exist without? Does the self exist without the body in this world?
Oh, yes.
In this life?
Yes. Life is always there.
As a spirit, apart from the body.
Yeah. That is the ideal life.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. When the soul lives without this material body, that is his liberated life. Just like the criminal, he can live within the jail and without the jail.
Yeah.
But he is thinking wrongly that without jail he cannot live. But his life without jail is real life.
That reflects the old Hindu view that.
Why again being Hindu view?
Or at least the Eastern religious view that to leave this lot. Pardon me. To leave this.
Why we are bringing Hindu and Muslim view?
Well, I take that back. I take that back. Anyway, what you're saying is that this life is a jail, and that really the goal is another life, right? Yes. I mean that this life is a evil prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we have understood.
Well,
this is not a desirable life. To live in the jail condition.
Well, in other words, in a sense that is to reject or at least to repudiate this life, this world.
Not repudiate, to understand
that it is not a good life.
It is not a good life, and the world, material world, is false identification with myself.
Well, is it important to try to improve this life so it won't be a prison?
Improve. Improve, to understand that I am not a person of the jail. I am a person of freedom. Long living in the jail, one will identify that without jail I cannot live.
Well, I hope we all get out of it somehow, some way, either here or there.
But we are trying to educate the prisoner that your life is not perfect within the jail. Your life is perfect without the jail. This is our education.
Life is not perfect in the jail.
Yeah. And the person in the jail, they are thinking, what is this? They are not working for the jail life.
Persons in the jail, I didn't get that.
Because they cannot understand that there is life after jail. They're so full, rascal, that they cannot understand that without jail one can live.
So what you were saying before, the persons in the jail are thinking these people are not working for life in the jail. So they don't understand what we are doing.
How's that now?
We're not working to keep people in the jail conception of life. So that's why they cannot understand what we're doing.
You know what I mean? You're not working for the jail life?
To keep people within the conception that life is within the jail.
Just like a man has gone to jail, he is giving education to the prisoners. My dear brother prisoners, this life is not good. You become honest. Don't come to the jail. So other prisoners, they are working hard. They are hammering on the bricks. They think that this man is doing not hammering on the bricks, he is talking on it.
I didn't get it.
in the prison, the people have their work is, say, to hammer on bricks.
Yeah.
So if someone comes into the jail and tells the prisoners, you shouldn't be doing this, actually you should become honest and go out of the jail and be free.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the person's in the jail, because they'll then may become envious that this person, instead of working hard like us, he's simply talking. They cannot understand the benefit that he's giving them, and they become envious that because he's not working like us, he's nonsense. Do you understand the analogy? It's an analogy. Just like we're coming in the world and telling people to get out of this world, to understand the spiritual world, spiritual side of life. But because we're not working like them, sometimes they misunderstand what is our purpose.
In other words, you think people should get away from what they're doing in the world.
Yeah. That is real life.
Huh?
Oh.
And that they really shouldn't concentrate so completely on the world.
So long you are in the jail, you have to work according to the principle of the jail.
Yeah.
But you must know that jail life is not good.
You may work within the material world, but you have to understand that the purpose is to get out of the material world.
Well, are your Christian members out of jail?
But some of us are working like the hammer man, brick hammer.
Yeah.
But that does not mean he does not understand.
Yeah. But
so long one is in the jail,
but it's so long
not in freedom. He has to work like that, by force. But that is not his proper work. He has got a different work outside the jail, or in his freedom life.
Well, what people are saying about the members of the Krishna Society is that they are not doing the jail work.
That I have already explained. The prisoner who is hammering the bricks, he is thinking that this man is simply instructing that you have a different life outside the jail. He is not hammering on the brick.
Yeah.
That's what he is surprised. How is that he is not hammering like me?
It is required.
In other words, he's not participating in jail life.
Yeah.
He's educating them.
What's he doing?
He's educating.
He's trying to show them a different way?
Not different way. He's educating differently.
They can understand what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing.
He's educating them to what? That this jail life is no good?
Yes.
That the jail life is no good?
Yes.
Well, then is that man that's hammering the bricks, is then he going to quit hammering the bricks too?
Yes. He may not hammer. He's giving instruction. Just like I was invited in Ahmedabad jail to give some instruction.
Yeah.
So I'm not hammering on the bricks because I was in the jail.
Yeah. You're giving instruction.
Yes. I'm meant for giving instruction.
Yeah.
I'm not meant for hammering on the bricks.
Well, then once you get this...
So the person who is hammering on the bricks is thinking that this man is simply talking.
Yeah. That's why he thinks that the Christian
people are
separate.
Yeah. Draw him in the business of hammering the bricks.
Right.
That is the difference.
That's the difference. Well, what I'm talking about is when
he is thinking that he is not contributing in hammering the bricks.
But when you're
But he does not know this hammering on the bricks is not a very good business.
Not a very good business.
He does not know the rascal who is trying to bring us also in the business of hammering the bricks.
Right.
Yeah. That is the difference.
Yeah. Well, when you get through with the guy instructing the man hammering the bricks, is he going to lay down his hammer too?
No, he doesn't require the same. He try to understand.
He may continue hammering, but his knowledge will be complete. He'll have complete understanding.
At least he must know that this hammering is my punishment. He knows that this hammering is not my business, it is my punishment. That is knowledge. That is knowledge. When a prisoner understands that this hammering business is not my real business, it is my punishment,
Isn't that a rather negative way to look at
Why negative?
work?
It is the fact. That is the positive understanding. Why do you take negative? If you are suffering, and if I say don't suffer, that is the negative or that is positive?
In other words, he said, if you're suffering and I tell you don't suffer, it may sound negative, but actually it's positive.
Yes, it's positive. But they are rascals that
why is work in the world necessarily suffering? It's a mixture of pain and joy, but it's negative to look on it as useless work. Huh?
They are therefore envious of the Krishna conscious man. They do not see that these people, they are not hammering like us. So therefore they are thinking that there is no contribution of hammering.
Yeah.
They think the hammering is the real business.
That's pretty good. I think the world, I think people understand the analogy there. They think hammering is a business. What do you think is business? The world thinks hammering is real business.
Yeah, so our business is to educate them that your hammering business is not your life. Your freedom is real business.
Freedom is what?
Real business.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard or read about these claims by these parent groups that claim that the Hare Krishna movement members are sort of controlled by intensive indoctrination, brainwash they call it, by getting up and having the 2 hours or 3 of chanting in the morning and the prayer beads constantly and the group life, that they're sort of controlled and denied their freedom. What do you say about that?
It is due to misunderstanding. They do not understand what kind of preaching, what kind of education we are giving. We are giving education how to become free from the hammering business in the jail. They think hammering business and keep oneself within the jail is the real life, because they have been accustomed to that. And when we speak that hammering or to keep within the jail is not your real business, your real business is freedom. Naturally they find contradiction, and they think that we are doing something against their business. That is difficult.
Think doing something against what?
Their business.
Yeah. But in other words, you think is there not something to this idea of being spiritually controlled or spiritually
it is not controlled.
Directed?
It is not controlled.
Well, what would you call it?
Controlling one from coming to the jail life. If you give good instruction to a man that don't become criminal, don't come to the jail, don't be engaged in the hammering business, it appears negative, but that is positive life.
If you tell somebody not to do something that's bad for him, it's positive for him.
That is his positive life. When the physician says to a patient that don't eat like this, then he will increase your diabetes. Don't eat this, don't eat starch, don't eat sugar. So, people may think he is simply giving negative, but that is his positive life. They misunderstand.
I guess when you started out down here in Greenwich Village in 1965, you didn't have any idea that your movement was going to become the rather large movement it is, did you?
Yes, because my movement is real movement, positive. Any intelligent man will understand and take it.
Yeah. Where is your main home?
My home is back to home, back to Godhead.
Is where?
Back
to Godhead.
With God.
That is my real home. That means every temple is my home.
Did you work out the spiritual disciplines for the group yourself? I mean, about the morning chanting and the recital of the 2,000 Hare Krishnas a day. And did you work those out yourself?
Still I'm working.
Still working on those principles, on those disciplines.
Yeah. I've got this bag. They have got it.
He's saying, did you think of these things yourself?
Did you
chant on the beads and to follow the program in the morning? Have you made these up yourself?
No. This is the disciplic process.
Disciplic process.
Yeah. Who originated those steps?
It is since time immemorial.
Time immemorial.
Just like in the Bhagavad Gita, you'll find Satatang Kirtantam Mam Jatantasta Virabhu. Find out this.
Well, I understand you do a lot of work now translating, and that you only sleep 2 hours a day. Is that right?
2 hours. I sleep about 4 hours.
4 hours? 4 hours. 4 hours.
Satatang Kirtantam Mam.
Satatan Kirtayanto Mam Yutantascha Dudavataha Namasyantascha Mam Bhakcha Nityayukta Pastate. Always chanting my glories, endeavouring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion.
So this was spoken 5,000 years ago, and we are doing the same thing.
Well, what's your
now your answer is there.
Yeah,
it is not that I invented something.
Yeah, you didn't invent it. I get the point that it derived from the Vedic scripture. Yeah.
Whatever we are doing, that is authorized. That is the principle for spiritual understanding.
What I was trying to ask you a while ago, do you think that these particularly Vedic disciplines and spiritual principles and concentration on the spirit instead of the body has a particular usefulness in Western society nowadays? It
is useful for every human being. If the Western society thinks that they are not human beings, that is another thing.
This is the business of human life.
What's your view of Judaism and Christianity?
I have not studied very much. But anything, it is meant for making the soul free from this bodily condition. That is first classism. Otherwise, it is simply waste of time.
Any religion that
gives facility,
emphasize making us free from the bodily condition.
Yeah,
that's a first-class religion.
That's it.
I don't think Judaism and Christianity do that.
I do not know that.
They consider the body very important.
Again, you come to the same. Body is important so long the soul is there. The car is important so long it is moving.
They cherish the physical, the world itself. And
that is ignorance. That is ignorance.
That is ignorance.
We have got students from every community, from Jewish community, from Christian community, from Mohammedan community, from Buddhist community, from Hindu community, everywhere. Because the knowledge is for everyone. It doesn't matter whether he is Jewish, Christian, or 2 plus 2 equal to 4 is good for everyone. It is not that 2 plus 2 is good for the Christian, not for the Jews. Gold is gold.
I didn't get that.
The principle of, say, 2 plus 2 equals 4 is the same for a person whether he's Christian, Jewish, Mohammedan, or whatever.
Yeah.
Just in the same way that gold is gold. Gold always has its value in any situation.
You cannot say, because gold is in the hand of a Mohammedan, it is Mohammedan gold. Or if it is in the hand of Christian, it is Christian gold. Gold is gold.
Right.
In anyone's hand. You cannot designate it.
Who's got the gold?
Huh?
Who
Everyone
has
has got the gold.
Who has the gold?
No. Everyone has got the gold. But they're not in awareness that what is that gold.
Everyone has the gold.
Yeah.
They're simply unaware that they have it. Everyone is originally Krishna conscious or God conscious. What Prabhupada is doing is making people aware of it, that it's within them, within their heart.
Well, are there other paths to awareness of spirit consciousness other than the Krishna consciousness path?
But how can I say that is your subject matter? You study both of them and see and give your judgment.
I mean, what is your view?
Huh?
What is your view? Are there other paths to spirit consciousness?
There is, but not
Krishna?
very elaborate.
There are, but not very what?
Elaborate.
Not very elaborate.
Scientific.
Not very good.
Not very elaborate.
Elaborate.
Well, is Krishna consciousness very elaborate?
Yes. You see?
By elaborate, you mean effective. Is
Scientific.
You mean effective by elaborate?
Effective also.
I mean, is that the proper synonym for elaborate?
Yes.
These are some of our books that Prabhupada has published. Just to
we are
explain
explaining this science in so many books. It is open to everyone.
It's quite a library.
This is just the beginning. And there's another 40 volumes after this.
Are all of these translations that you've made, Your Grace? I don't blame you for sleeping only 4 hours a night. I tell you, just to produce a half a dozen books in a lifetime is quite a job, you know.
It is very difficult.
Yeah.
But I have already produced 80 books.
80?
80 books.
80?
80. 80.
Translations of the Vedic scripture.
And commentaries.
Translations and
commentaries.
And all world scholars, professors, universities, they are receiving so nice.
Yeah, we have standing orders for all of Prabhupada's books that he has now in the future all over the world, in all the leading universities. And the professors are using them as texts. We have hundreds of letters.
Well, you know what I've heard.
You can see some of the list.
What I've heard some Hindu professors say is that Hinduism is such a complex and profound religion, and that the Krishna consciousness members are very superficial about it. They simply go through these disciplines and really don't involve themselves in the... they take a superficial version of Hinduism. Huh?
That may be Hindu religion, but we do not belong to any religion. That may be true for the Hindu religion, what the professor has said, but we do not identify with any religion. We are different from any religious system.
But the scriptures are the same. The Vedic scriptures are Hindu scriptures.
No, Hindu religion, of course, the scripture is a Vedic principle, but the word is not Vedic. This word Hindu is not Vedic word.
Hindu is not
it's a popular
Sanskrit. It's just a popular, general.
I guess.
Veda, that is the word. But they have taken it in a different way. Actually, the Hindu, this name is given by the never Mohammedans. There is a river called Sindhu. That river is still there. It is now in Pakistan. So, outside the border of India, the Mohammedans, they used to call the inhabitants of the neighborhood of that river Hindu, because they pronounce S as H. This is the origin. So Hindu is a title given by the Mohammedan never. It is not found in the Vedic literature.
I see. That's like most religious names derive quite often out of ridicule or scorn. Like the Quakers, that was originally a scornful title of scorn, and the Methodists, they were the methodical ones, that was a title of scorn, and the Baptists were the
real Vedic principle is called varnashram, observing the principle of 4 varnas, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya. It is a very long science. Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. This is called varna. And Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. This is called ashram. So, the Vedic civilization is called varnashram dharma, not Hindu dharma. This is later contribution of the so-called scholars.
Well, I thank you very much for your time, Your Grace, and I'm glad I finally got acquainted with you. I missed you in Brooklyn.
Huh?
I missed you in Brooklyn. I came over there and you were in the backyard. I think you were asleep or having a back rub or something, so I didn't get to see you.
Yes, in
but
the daytime.
Good to catch you this time, and I hope to see you again.
So kindly put the matter properly, because people misunderstand on account of their ignorance. They misunderstand our movement.
What are their main misunderstandings?
Oh, this bodily concept, they are thinking that they are body. I am Mohammedan, I am Christian, I am American, I am Eastern, I am Western, all bodily concepts.
You mean about the Eastern, Western?
Eastern, Western, that is also bodily concept. Why they are thinking Eastern, Western? Everyone is human being.
Well, what is it that they particularly misunderstand about the movement?
They do not understand that we are talking on the spiritual platform, and they are on the material, bodily platform. Therefore, they find contradiction. One has to be little sober to understand this movement. Then what platform we are speaking? They are accustomed, on the same example, hammering the bricks. And when they see others, they are not hammering the bricks, they think they are different. They cannot understand that life can be without hammering the bricks. Convinced. In the Bhagavad Gita, the word mura, that has been explained by Vishwanath Chakrabarti, Kurmis, these muras, they cannot understand.
I'm going to have to go back and hammer a few bricks. Been a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your good time. I hope to see you again sometime.
Yeah.
Good day.
The following is an interview between His Divinity Swami Prabhupada and the Trans-India magazine, recorded July 17th, 1976, in New York.
Prabhu, we want to ask you some questions. It's a monthly magazine we have, Trans-India. It circulates both among Indian immigrants in North America and a lot of American and Canadian friends of ours. You know, ever since Swami Vivekananda came here in 1896 for the World War.
1903.
His first one was 1896, I think, his first visit.
No.
Right?
1993.
93, I see. Since then there has been a lot of interest. Since then there has been a lot of interest in this country, in Indian philosophy. Recent gurus have come, they have talked about meditation. My own view is that all these things have influenced the American people, but in a kind of intellectual fad, a kind of fashion. And it seems to me that your intention and aim is not merely to cater to the mind, cater to reason, cater to the intellect, but effect a kind of transformation of man himself. Is this why you have introduced a whole way of living, a whole way of life? Am I right in suggesting that?
Yes. It is a different platform of life, spiritual. Generally, people are on the material platform, on the bodily concept of life, and the whole world is going on with that wrong conception of life. Actually, as soon as we think that we are this body, we are immediately on the platform of animal life. In the Bhagavad it is stated, Jasatma buddhi kunape tidhatuki. Anyone who is thinking, identifying himself with this body, and similarly with other references, Jasatma buddhi kunape tidhatuke sadhik kalatra dishu bhauma ijjati. In relation with body, we think of family, community, nationality. In this way, our civilization is dog civilization. That is not human civilization. Human civilization begins when one understands that he is not this body. Brahma Bhuta Prasanna, Aham Brahmasmi. Perhaps you have heard this word, the Vedic mantra. I am not this body. I am spirit soul. And that is the beginning of Bhagavad Gita. Dehina swin yatha dehe kumara devana jara. Asmin dehe, within this body, there is the soul. So, on account of presence of the soul, we are transmigrating to different bodies. Just like from childhood to boyhood. The body of a boy is different from the body of a child. But the same soul who was within the body of a child has now come within the body of a boy. And the same soul again will go in the body of a young man. And the same soul again will go in the body of an old man. And the same soul, when the body of old man is finished, then he enters another body. Tatha dehantara prapti. So the soul is transmigrating from one body to another. A part of which we can see in this life. I was in the child's body, I was in the boy's body, I was in the young man's body, now I am an old man's body. Similarly, as my child's body being finished, I have entered into the boy's body. My boy's body being finished, I have entered young man's body. Similarly, when this body will be finished, I shall enter another body, new body. That will be given to me by nature according to the mental condition at the time of my death. Jang jang bhapi smarana bhavang sajattanti kaleva. So this is the law of nature. So people are not educated in the law of nature. They are educated in animalistic life. As the dog is thinking, I am dog, and barking. Similarly, if a person thinks I am Indian or I am American, so there is no much difference between the dog and the man. The man must think otherwise, that I am not this body. Then the civilization, human civilization begins. Athata Brahma Jignasa. Unfortunately, there is no education. This education was little there, even in India, and that is now becoming finished on account of this Western influence. So that is now practically finished. But this Krishna consciousness movement begins from the understanding that I am not this body. Therefore, its activities are different from the activities of bodily conception. People cannot understand. That is the difficulty.
Prabhu, you, in this country, you have a whole body of religious thought which does not subscribe to the Hindu assumptions about the transmigration of the soul. And the culture itself is a very secular kind of culture.
Which one?
The American. And about 18 months ago or more, if I remember right, there was a film, a documentary on your school in Texas, on the National Broadcasting Company's program, which was very hostile, if not vicious, an attack on your whole movement, the rearing of the small children. So my question is, what is it that made you bring your movement into a culture and a religious ethos which is hostile to begin with most of your major assumptions?
So this is education. The Western people are not educated in the spiritual life. So our predecessors, our gurus, they are for educating people in the spiritual life. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 500 years ago, he advised Indians to go, first of all, make his life, Indian should make his life perfect. And then he should go outside India and preach the perfection of life, how to become perfect in life. That was his mission. He said, Prithivite ache, you understand Bengali? Prithivite ache joto nagoradi gram, sadbhatra prachar hoibe na. Bharat bhumite manusya janma hoile ja. Janma sarthak kari karo paropoka. The Indian life means paropoka. They are in the darkness, others in the darkness. They have no such culture, spiritual culture. India has got that culture. There is Bhagavad Gita. So one should make his life practically Bhagavad Gita life. That is Krishna consciousness. And preach it to the world. That is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order. And this order was not only because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu happened to be a Bengali. He appeared in Nadia district, a district in Bengal. But he does not say the Bengalis. He says the Bharati. Bharatvarshe janma hoila ja. It is India's mission to become exactly on the line of Bhagavad Gita. That is also spoken by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That perfection of life means to understand Bhagavad Gita. He said, Amar Agnai Guru Hoiya Taro Ei Desh. You just become a guru and you deliver this country. This country means wherever you are living. It doesn't matter whether in India or America or anywhere. You just deliver them. So to become guru means to save a person from the conditional life of matter. So long you become a materialistic person, that means you are under condition of material nature. So you have to get your freedom from the laws of material nature. That is your perfect life. But people in the Western countries, they do not know much of this freedom. India knew it, or some of Indians, they know it. But at the present moment, they being conquered or influenced by the Western culture, they are also losing their identity. Therefore, my Guru Maharaj ordered me to do something about the spiritual life in the Western countries. On account of this, I came.
Can you briefly tell us what the difference, how your approach is different from the approaches of the other gurus who have come? You seem to have a very unique place in...
First of all, we do not accept anyone as guru if he is not competent to understand Bhagavad Gita and preach it all. He is not a guru. The Guru's definition given in the Bhagavad Gita. Imam vivassati yugam pratyavan ahamabmayam. In the 4th chapter you will find. Vivassan manovi prahu manu ikha kavi bravi. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarsayovi. Sakalina yuganasta parantapa. Krishna said to Arjuna, my dear Arjuna, this Bhagavad Gita philosophy of yoga system. First of all I spoke to the sun god. And then he spoke to his son, Manu. Then Manu spoke to his son, Hikaku. In this way, the knowledge comes down from the spiritual master to the disciple, or from the father to the son. So, unless one comes in this disciplic succession, he cannot become guru. Therefore, I do not know all of them. All the swamis and yogis who came here, they do not belong to this parampara system. So therefore they are not bona fide guru. They are presenting themselves as guru, but they are not guru. Therefore people are misled. People are misled. And this is the first time that we presented India's traditional philosophy and life as it is understood by the parampara system. Therefore it is being so well received. Vivekananda came here, as you said, 1893, before my birth. I was born in 1896. But they have worked for 85 years. what they have done. But I have worked here for 7 or 8 years. And it is now worldwide movement. Why? Because we presented the things as they are. Evam parampara. That would is effect. So, if the things are presented as they are, the customers will automatically come.
Yesterday in my talks with your disciples, I gathered that you have at least 3 of the ashrama dharmas being practiced: brahmacharya, grihastha and sannyasa. Did you do this to suggest that your movement does not involve renunciation in the Western sense, in which they understand it as asceticism only, to retreat, to withdraw from society, to form a different small spiritual community or fraternity, not interacting with the rest of society, not influencing society, not being influenced by society? In other words, was it your aim to suggest that the ordinary life, the daily life of ordinary people can be built on the foundations of your philosophy?
The thing is, the human life, the systemic society should be divided. Just say you are journalist, so you are not motor mechanics. But there is necessity of motor mechanics also, and the journalist also. Is it not?
Yes.
And you are journalist, you are not expected to become a motor mechanic or a medical man. But your function is also required in the society. Similarly, the Vedic society was divided into different sections. That is called varnasana. 4 varnas, 4 asana. That is very scientific. Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, Shudra, and Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. So, Krishna consciousness movement includes this system of division of society. That is perfect society. Therefore, we are trying to introduce the varnasana system, although it is very difficult nowadays. But if one becomes a devotee, which is above varnasana, then the purpose is served. In this age, although varnasana dharma is very scientific, and Krishna consciousness movement includes this, but we are mostly trying to get to the topmost part of varnasana, sannyas, or above that. That means Vaishnava. In the Bhagavad Gita it is said, Sagunānu samatritvayitāna brahma bhūyāya kalpa. One can immediately transcend the jurisdiction of 3 modes of material nature if he engages himself in the devotional service of the Lord. Manchabryavicharini bhakti yoge na ja sevate sagunan samatitvayitan brahma bhuyaya kalpa. So actually this varnasana system is meant for bringing the man in the lower status of life to the higher status. It doesn't matter one is born in a low-grade family. That is also said by Krishna. Man hi patra vyapat svitya jepi su papajoni. Like that. Striya Vaishya Tatha Shudra. In the human society, woman, the Vaishya and the Shudra, they are considered in the lower status, not very intelligent. Te vijanti para. They cannot Shudra. So, in the Western countries, according to Vedic calculation, they are mlechas javanas, low grade. But Krishna says, Je Vishu Papajona, he can also be elevated to that extent as he can go back to home. So this woman is directly giving the opportunity of Krishna's service so that they can become immediately bona fide to the position in the highest grade of life, Vishnu, so that he can go back to home.
Almost the whole world and all civilizations look down upon the Varnashrama Dharma as a system in which hierarchical and stratified conditions prevent human beings from progressing. They think of our system.
They do not know what is progress.
Yeah.
That I was talking with just that they do not know that they are, material life means they are in the prison house for being punished. They are so dull-headed. They are taking the activities of punishment as regular life. A man is put into the prison house and is engaged in this breaking the bricks. So he has forgotten that this breaking of bricks is not my business. I am meant for living freely outside the prison house. So these people, less intelligent people, they think that this material life of working hard day and night, just like the hogs and dogs, is general life. That is due to their ignorance. In the Bhagavad it is said, Nayana deha deho bhajang niloke kastan kaman arhati vidbhujang. That this human form of life, although we have got this body, and the hog has also got the body. The hog is working day and night. Perhaps you have seen in Indian village, the hog is loitering in the village. His only business is where to find stew and eat it. And as soon as he eats, he becomes strong in sense, and then sex. The hog has no discrimination of sex, either mother or sister or anyone. So, this sort of life, working day and night for stool, and then as soon as the body is strong, find out sex, never mind whether mother, sister or anyone. This is not human life, this is hog's life. Do you think it is human life? No. So we are not meant for that civilization. We are meant for the civilization by which one can understand his position, constitutional position, on Brahmasmi. Therefore, our activities are different from the hogs and dogs.
So what is generally taken here, and this is the American bicentennial year, and the Declaration of Independence talks about life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Are you suggesting then that what is taken to be life is actually the antithesis of life? What is taken to be liberty is actually enslavement, and what is assumed to be the pursuit of happiness is nothing more than a rat race in which you try to make the best of what you can.
They do not know what is happiness. Bhagavad Gita finds out what is your distress. Can anyone say what is the actual distress? They do not know it. Distress they are taking as usual part of life. In the Bhagavad Gita it is said, Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha dosanu darshanam. This is philosophy, to find out what is distress. This is directly said by Krishna. That these are distresses. Janma, mrityu, jara, vyadhi. To take birth, to die, to become old, and to become diseased. But they do not know. Not only there, everywhere, all over the world. They take it as part of life. Janma, mrityu, jara, vyadhi. When a man becomes diseased, when a man becomes old, or when a man dies, they take it as usual. But they have been accustomed to these distresses so much that they do not take it as distress. So this is their ignorance. This is their ignorance. They do not know what is distress. And they are struggling for moving the distress. Just like this independence. They do not know what is meaning of independence. Real independence is when you are free from these four kinds of distress. And does it mean observing this kind of independence is real independence? It is simply fictitious. If you are not free from the laws of nature, nature will enforce you to die. So where is your independence? Nobody wants to die. So why is enforced to die? Nobody wants to become old man. Why is enforced to become old man? But they have no brain to understand what is independence, what is happiness. They have taken distress as happiness. So that is due to lack of knowledge. But the Krishna consciousness means to elevate a person to the real standard of knowledge. Without knowledge, a madman can say anything. A child can speak all nonsense. But that is not knowledge. Knowledge is different. So, the struggle for existence means to get out of distress. But the real distress, they have set us. The problem that I do not want to die, but I will be enforced to die. So what is the advancement in this connection? They might have, so big scientists, they have discovered many things. But where is that thing that take a pill and you will never die? Take a pill, you will never become diseased. They can offer me. I had some abdominal pain. So they have given dozens of medicine. But still they are not sure whether the pain will be cured. This is their science. So, in this way, things are going on. In ignorance. Mura. Therefore they have been described in the Bhagavad Gita as Mura. Namaneduskidanam mura prapaddante naradhama. Maya paritoggyana asuri bhavamasa. So this is the civilization of the Asuras. And without Krishna consciousness, without any knowledge of Krishna, or without any knowledge of the Krishna's instruction, people are grouped as duskriti, miscreants, muras, rascals, naradhama, lowest of the mankind. And if you say that so many people they are educated highly in the university, how they can be taken as miscreants, rascals, and lowest of the mankind? The answer is Maya Puritagyana. They have got knowledge, so-called knowledge, but they are lacking in real knowledge. Knowledge means to get out of distress. That is knowledge. But the real distress remains as it is. They cannot avoid death. They cannot avoid birth. They cannot avoid old age. And still they are claiming they are making progress in happiness. So that is called illusion.
Prabhu, can you tell us a little bit about the plans you have for your projects in India?
Yes, I wanted to start this movement from India. I even requested Mahatma Gandhi that Mahatma Ji, you have got some respect all over the world and you are known as a great student of Bhagavad Gita. So now you have got your Swaraj. The Britishers have gone away. Let us preach Bhagavad Gita. But I don't think I got any reply. Of course, he is a very busy man. My letter might have reached him or not reached him. The secretaries might have rejected. I think received from secretaries like that. But after a few days he was killed. So I was trying for this purpose in India. I approached many friends that you have got 4 sons. Give me one son so that I can train him how to become a real preacher of Bhagavad Gita. How one can understand. Because Bhagavad Gita is being misinterpreted. So I wanted to preach it as it is. That was my need. So practically nobody joined me. Then I decided to come. So these boys cooperate. So I have got great desire. So, because India is by nature Krishna conscious. But our modern leaders, keeping them suppressed, there is a difficulty. There are so many other difficulties. And leaders are misinterpreting Bhagavad Gita. To tell you frankly, there are so many commentaries on Bhagavad Gita by Dr. Radhakrishna, by Gandhi, by Tilak, by Aurobindo, or many others. But nobody has said that here is God, Krishna. We admit it. Has anybody said that here is God, Krishna? We are searching after God. Here is the Supreme Personality of God, Krishna. Worship it. Nobody has said. Am I right?
I'm not that. I'm not read all the. I have read Gandhiji's. I have read a little.
Any Gandhiji has preached.
I have.
Or Dr. Radhakrishna has written. But who has preached that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? He is to be worshipped. Just like we are preaching. Here in America, you have seen our temple?
Yes.
How they are worshipping.
Yes.
So, Bhagavad Gita main purpose is that Krishna says, Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam. So who has preached this? So, although they came, so many swamis, yogis and politicians they came, but they talked, what can I say? All irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody spoke.
Yes.
That Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you worship Him. Nobody else. This is the first time I am saying. Do you agree or not?
Yes. Do you think that this is because of the Western influence under which they had gone and you are more...
No. They wanted to compromise with the Western. They did not come to teach, but they wanted to be victimized by the Western. They had no strength to save themselves. They have no strength. They have no determination. Hodgepodge. Therefore it was not successful. Not a single man became Krishna conscious. Even nowadays, Vivekananda is famous in India that he preached in America. All Americans have become Vedantis, something like that. Now, practically, We have gone in Vrindavan?
Yes.
Recently?
No, not.
You have seen our temple?
No, I have not.
So we have got our temple. That is considered the best temple in Vrindavan. You can show the picture. So thousands Americans went to Vrindavan for our temple, another temple. But there is another Vivekananda, Ramakrishna ashram. Nobody went there. Not a single. So what preaching they have done? Practical point. So many men went to our temple. They had no inquiry even that we have heard that there is a Ramakrishna Mission temple here. Where it is? Or it is not, Vrindavan is not a very big city. Everyone knows. Nobody, not a single person went. And they visited other temples. So what kind of preaching? What do you think?
It seems to me that what you are saying is that you cannot have a religion. You cannot expect a religion to survive or prosper when the culture which is supposed to serve it is its opposite, is its antithesis. And that's why your movement, you are trying to suggest that the only way that you can attain moksha or liberation or whatever is through a particular kind of culture that you are propagating.
It is not, it is the culture.
Yeah.
It is the culture. Because you are suffering under material condition and you are struggling for existence. That means you are struggling to get liberty. So this is the liberty. As it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, Tapta deham punarjanma naiti mameti kaunteya. Man upeta ma, end of this.
Janma kama chame divyam hivamyo vati tatvata chakva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sojana. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna.
Yes, this is liberty. But they do not know it. They simply make a show that they are scholar of Bhagavad Gita, but they do not know. They are reading Bhagavad Gita, but they do not know how to get liberty. Neither they are interested. They want to stay here and subjected to the natural material condition. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi. There is another verse. Mam aprapva mam nivattante mrityu samsara vattat. 9th chapter, I think. Aprappa mang nivattante mrityu asad purusha dharmasya asad purusha sa.
I shut it down to page 9.3.
Yeah.
Shradhana Purusha Dharmasya
Parantaha Aprappa Maga Nivattanti Mrityu Samsara Bhaktya. The teachings that I am giving, if one is not faithful to accept it, the result will be Aprappa Maga. He will not get me, and he will remain in the cycle of birth and death. They do not know it. What is cycle of birth and death? How one can get out of it? Well, going on like the flies with great force forth in the fire. They are very busy. What is that busyness? Falling in the fire. So this is going on. So this Krishna consciousness movement is just to save the people to go down by the force, enforced by the laws of material nature in the cycle of birth and death. Krishna says, Tatha Dehantar Prapti, you have to accept another body. But suppose you have got an Indian body, and next birth if you get a dog's body, then what is your success? But nature will work. You do not know what is the nature's law. Neither you can check nature's law. So what is the value of your so-called activities? Jumping. There is no value.
One last question then. What you are saying, the thrust of your movement is the true religion is not something that you just believe, it is what you are.
You believe or not believe. A fool's belief is different from a learned man's understanding. So if he says that I believe in it, the nature's law is different. Nature will not care whether you believe or not believe. It will work. Just like if you have infected some disease, so you are getting fever. Now if I say, my dear Mr. Satan sir, now you infected smallpox, therefore symptoms are there. And if you say, no, I don't believe, so you will be protected from the laws of nature. So this is rascal's proposal. I believe, I don't believe. You believe or not believe, who cares for it? If you are infected, karanam gunasanga asya sadasat janma joni, and after that you are going to get another body. Tatha dehantra prapti. So, how you can know what kind of body you are going to get? First of all, generally they don't believe. That's why. So they believe or not believe. The process is going on. So this is going on in the modern world. I don't believe. You believe or not believe, you cannot check the nature's law. But that dull brain cannot understand it. The nature's law is very, very strong. Daivi jaisa gunamai mama maya durutvaya. By thinking that they will conquer over nature. That is their proposal, is it not? They think that they will conquer over the laws of nature. Such foolish things are going on. So, we are trying to say, by presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is, to save these fools and rascals from a dangerous type of civilization. This is the samantha.
Thank you.
The following is a conversation between His Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and reporters from the Philadelphia Inquirer, recorded July 13th, 1975, in Philadelphia.
I've got 15 questions. If I can get them all answered, I'll feel just great. The first one is very basic. And what is Krishna consciousness?
Krishna means God, and we are all connected with Krishna, God. God is the original Father. Therefore, we have got intimate connection with Krishna. So we have forgotten it. What is Krishna? What is my connection with Him? What is the aim of life? All these questions there are. And when one becomes interested with such questions, he is called Krishna consciousness.
How did Krishna consciousness develop?
Krishna consciousness is already there in everyone's core of heart. But due to one's material condition of life, he has forgotten it. So this process of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra means to revive that concept. It is already there. Just like a few days ago, these American, European boys and girls, they did not know who is Krishna. But now, you have seen yesterday how their whole the procession, throughout the whole procession, how they are chanting and dancing in ecstasy. So do you think that is artificial? No. Artificially, nobody can chant and dance for hours together. That means the awakening of Krishna consciousness. It was there by the bona fide process. It is now awakening. That is explained. Nitya Siddha Krishna Bhakti Sattva Kavunay Savanadi Shuddha Chitte Karai Uday. The Krishna consciousness is dormant in everyone's heart. So when it comes in contact with devotees, that is awakening. Just like to be attracted by a young girl or young boy. It is there in the child. That small child, it is there. And when he will be young, then it will be awakened. It is not that artificial something. So, in association, it is awakened. The potency is there already. But in good association, by hearing about Krishna, one is awakened to the status of Krishna consciousness.
What is the difference between Krishna consciousness and Christ consciousness?
Christ consciousness is also Krishna consciousness, but people do not follow the rules and regulations of Christianity, therefore they are not awake. The commandments of Christ, they do not follow. Therefore they do not come to the standard of consciousness.
What is unique about Krishna consciousness that separates it from other religions? Is it a religion?
Religion means primarily to know God and love Him. That is religion. And nobody knows God, and what to speak of loving. Nobody is trained now how to know God and how to love Him. They are satisfied by going to the church. Oh God, give us our daily bread. That also not everyone goes. The communist says that you don't go to the church, bread we shall supply. So poor innocent persons, they get bread elsewhere, say they do not go to church. But nobody is serious to understand what is God and how to love Him. Nobody is serious. Therefore, in Bhagavatam it is said, it is cheating religion. I profess some religion, but I do not know what is God and how to love Him. So that type of religion is cheating religion. And religion means to know God and love Him. But generally, a man does not know what is God and what to speak of loving. So therefore that is cheating religion. There is no religion. But so far Christian religion is concerned, there is ample chance of understanding God, but they do not care for it. Take for example, the commandment is, thou shalt not kill. But in the Christian world, best slaughterhouses are maintained. So how they can become God conscious? They disobey the commandments. Do not care what Lord Jesus Christ has ordered. But this is not only in Christian religion, every religion is going on. It's simply rubber stamp. I am Hindu, I am Muslim, I am Christian. And none of them do know what is God and how to love Him.
How does one know a bona fide spiritual master then that can lead
Who
them?
teaches these things? How to know God and how to love Him? He is spiritual. Otherwise bogus. Rascal bogus. Sometimes they mislead that I am God. Poor people, they do not know what is God. And a rascal proposes, I am God. And they accept it. Just like in your country, they elected Nixon president and again dread him. That means they did not know who is really bona fide president. He elected somebody. And again they had the business of dragging out. Similarly, people are foolish. Any rascal comes, he says, I am God. They accept. And again they accept another. This is my life. So one must be serious to that, to understand what is God and how to love Him. That is it. Authority is simply a waste of time. That we are teaching. That is the difference between others. We are presenting Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the science, how to know Him, the Bhagavad Gita is there, Bhagavad is there. Not bogus, authorized. Therefore, this is the only institution which can teach how to know God and how to love Him. Two business, there is no hard business. It is not our business to ask God to give us our necessities. We know God gives necessities to everyone. Even one who has no religion, just like cats and dogs, they have no religion. They do not know what is religion. But still, the cats and dogs are supplied with necessities of life. So why should we bother Krishna asking Him to give us our daily bread? He supplied already. Our business is how to love Him. That is it. Dharma prochita koitava atra paramanimmasaranang sata vasro vastu vedavatra savai pumsang paro dharma jato bhakti radhokam. That is first class religion, which teaches how to love God. And that love not for any material motive. God, you will give me this, then I will love. No. Ahitupi. Love means without any personal profit. If I love God for some profit, that is business, that is not love. Ahitupi. Apratihata. And such love of God cannot be checked by any material cause. In any condition, one can learn how to love God. It is not conditional that I am poor man, how shall I love God? I have got so many things to do. No, it is not like that. Poor, rich, or young, or old, black or white, there is no impediment. If one wants to love God, he can love.
Are there different paths that one can learn to
love
God?
No, there is no difference.
Are there other spiritual paths? Do all spiritual paths lead to the same end?
Spiritual paths are divided into four. Not spiritual, real spiritual, mixed spiritual. Just like this, God give us our daily bread. It is mixed spiritual. One has approached God. God is spiritual, but one is asking for material profit. So this is mixture, matter and spiritual. So there are four classes, generally known as karmi, fruitive actors. They work for getting some material profit. They are called karmi. Just like all men, you see, they are working so hard day and night, driving their cars, this way, that way. The purpose is how to get some money. This is called karmi. And then jnani. Jnani means he knows that I am working so hard. Why? The birds, bees, the elephants, the big 8 million different types of, they have no business. They have no profession. How they are eating? So why unnecessarily I work so much? Let me know what is the problem of life. So they understand the problem of life is birth, death, old age and disease. And they want to solve it. How to become immortal. So they have conclusion that if I merge into God's existence, then I become immortal, or immune from birth, death, old age and disease. This is called jnani. And some of them are yogis. They try to acquire some spiritual power to make a show how he can play wonder. A yogi can become very small. If you put him in a room, he'll come out. You lock it, he'll come out. If there is little space, he'll come out. That is called anima. He can fly in the sky, float in the sky. That is called laghima. In this way, if somebody can show this magic, then immediately he is accepted as a very wonderful man. The yogis, the modern yogis, they simply show some gymnastics, like they have no power. So I am not speaking on these third-class yogis. Real yogis means he has got some power, that is material power. So yogis also want this power, and jnanis also want salvation from the unnecessary working like ass, the kurmi. And kurmis want material profit. So they want everyone. The bhaktas, devotees, they don't want anything. They want to serve God out of love. Just like a mother loves her child, there is no question of profit. Out of affection, she loves. So when you come to that stage, to love God, that is perfect. So these different processes, karmi, jnani, yogi and bhakta, out of these four processes, if you want to know God, then you have to accept this bhakti. That is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Bhaktya mam abhijanati. Simply through the process of bhakti, one can understand God. He never says by other processes, no. Only through bhakti. So if you are interested to know God and love Him, then you have to accept this devotional process. No other process will help.
What are the methods used in attaining Krishna consciousness? How does one get to?
Yeah, by Krishna consciousness, you achieve the goal of life. In the present condition, we are accepting one body and we are dying after a few days. Then accept another body. And that body is according to your activity. There are 8,400,000 different types of body. You can get any one of them. You'll have to accept one body. That is called transmigration of the soul. So, if one is under this consciousness that I am eternal, why I am changing body? How to solve it? That is intelligence. And not to work like cats and dogs and die. That is not intelligence. One who makes solution of this problem is intelligent. So, therefore this Krishna consciousness movement is the ultimate solution of all problems of life.
What transformations does one undergo on the path?
No transformation. The consciousness is there. It is now filled with all rubbish things. You have to cleanse this and then Krishna consciousness. Just like water. Water is by nature clear, transparent. But when it is filled up with rubbish things, it is muddy. You cannot see very clearly. But if you filter it, all muddy things, dirty things, then again it comes to the original position. Clear, transparent water.
Does one function better in society as a result of affiliation with Krishna consciousness?
Does one function in society better after being Krishna conscious?
What is the meaning?
Is he a better citizen? Is he a better citizen?
And also sociologically or can he work better in the community?
That you can see practically. They are not drunkards. They are not meat eaters. From physiological point of view, they are very clean. They will never be attacked with so many diseases. Then they do not eat meat, means that is most sinful to kill others for the satisfaction of the tongue. God has given to the human society so many things to eat, nice fruits, nice flowers, nice grain, first-class milk, and from milk you can prepare hundreds of nutritious food. But they do not know the art. They are maintaining big slaughterhouse and eating meat. No discrimination. That means they are not even civilized. When man is not civilized, he kills one animal and eats, because he does not know how to grow food. Just like we have got one farm land in New Vrindavan. So we are preparing so first-class preparation from milk. The laborers, they come, they are astonished. That from milk such nice preparation can be done. Hundreds. So that means they are not even civilized. How to prepare nutritious food from milk? Milk, accepting that cow flesh and blood is very nutritious, that we also admit. But the civilized man utilizes the blood and meat in a different way. The milk is nothing but blood. but it is transformed into milk. And again from milk you make so many things. You make sugar, you make curd, you make ghee, so many things. And combination of this milk product with grains, with fruits and vegetables, you make similar hundreds of people. So this is civilized life. Not that directly kill one animal and eat. That is uncivilized. You take the accepting that cow's flesh and blood is very nutritious. You take it in a civilized way. Why you should kill? The innocent animal is simply eating grass given by God and supplying milk. And from milk you can live. And the gratefulness is that cut his throat. Is that civilization? What do you say?
Is that civilization?
No, I agree with you 100%. I want you to say these things, though, instead of me. I'm asking you questions so that hopefully that not by me describing anything.
These things are uncivilized way of life, and what they will understand God.
I'm asking these questions for everyone. That feel that is not understanding.
To understand God means one must be first-class civilized. Just like university is meant for first-class students. Similarly, God consciousness means meant for the first-class human being.
Does all desire ultimately have to go, including the desire to attain Krishna consciousness?
Without Krishna consciousness, we will have simply ravish desires. And when you are Krishna conscious, then you desire rightly.
The aim of many spiritual paths is to find the Guru within.
Within?
The Guru within. Is this different?
Who says that to find Guru within?
Kirpal Singh says that.
Pardon me?
That Kirpal Singh is one.
Krishnamurti says that also.
So why does he come to teach? This rascal, why does he come to teach? This is the answer. These things are spoken by rascals. He has come to teach, and he says, find out Guru within. That's why you have come to teach. Because people are not intelligent. They cannot catch him. He talks all nonsense and they hear, that's all.
He also has written a book about no books are needed.
So we can find out how rascal is. Is it not? Do you admit or not? He writes book and he says there is no need of book. He has come to teach and he says there is no need of teacher. Teacher is within. Is he not a rascal?
Well, they say those...
The first of all, he answer my question.
Oh.
If he says contradictory things, is he not a rascal?
Well, he's contradicting himself.
Therefore he is a rascal. He does not know how to defend it.
Can the Vedas be taken symbolically as well as literally?
As it is. We are presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is, not symbolically.
Are you attempting to revive in the West the awareness of... are you attempting to revive the ancient Indian caste system in the West? I'm asking a question.
Where do you find we are reviving caste system? Where do you find
First of all, let me make. Why you are asking this question? If you have seen that we are trying to introduce the Indian caste system, then you say. But if there is no such attempt, why you are asking this question?
Well, because a lot of people are interested. And the reason
No,
I would have asked
lot of people, you are also one of them. So, where do you find that we are trying to introduce caste system? First of all, find out where is the attempt. Then you ask question. Otherwise, it is irrelevant question.
The Gita talks about a caste system.
Huh?
The Gita mentions the caste system.
Gita, what mentions? Do you know?
The 4 castes.
What is that?
In an untouchable class.
On the basis of what?
I can't locate it directly, but from Brahma.
Brahmananda.
The class of Brahma.
Who has said that this is caste system? This is caste, not caste system. Chaturvarnam maya system, gunakarma vibhag. According to quality and according to work. There are 4 divisions of men. Just like you can understand, there are engineers and there are medical practitioners. So do you take them as caste? Oh, he is engineer caste. He is medical caste. Do you say like that?
I don't want to say what I feel because I'm an
No, I am asking you. I am asking you.
Well, I think there's always been castes. It's just that we don't recognize the fact that they're there.
No, recognize means if a man is qualified medical man, we accept him as medical man. And if a man is qualified engineer, we accept him as engineer. Similarly, Bhagavad Gita suggests, not suggest, it is there. There are 4 classes of men. The most intelligent class of men, the administrator class of men, the productive class of men, and ordinary worker. It is already there. Bhagavad Gita says how they should be classified. That he belongs to this class, he belongs to that class. That is described in the Bhagavad. Not that by birth, hereditary, one becomes a caste. Don't try to misunderstand. The classification is already there. One class of men very intelligent. Is it not there in the human society? Do you think all men are equally intelligent? Do you think? There must be. One class, very highly intelligent class. So, what are the symptoms of the intelligent class? That is described in the world. So we are trying to introduce that without first-class man, the society is useless. So there are first-class men who train up. Just like a boy is intelligent, still he requires training in the school, college. Then he maintains his first-class brain, first-class position. So there is first-class man. Now we have to train them properly. How to become controller of the mind, how to become controller of the senses, how to become truthful, how to become clean internally, externally, how to become full of knowledge, how to try to apply the knowledge in practical life, how to become God conscious. The training is there. First-class man can take up, just like they are taking all these boys. They had their first-class brain, and now they are being trained up. That is equal. Trained up first-class man. The training is required.
So we are not introducing caste system, that any rascal born in a Brahmin family becomes a Brahmin. We don't accept that. A man who is first class trained up to become a Brahmin, we accept. It doesn't matter whether he is India or Europe or America. It doesn't matter. We are trying to introduce this system. That is mentioned in the Bhagavad. A caste system means a man is born in a Brahmin family and he, by habit, he is fifth class man and he is accepted first class on account of birth. Similarly, a person very intelligent, he can be adaptable to all first class habit, but because he is born in a Shudra family, he is Shudra. We want to stop this nonsense. We are picking up first class brain and training up how to become first class. This is our business. Not that introducing this rubbish thing. No, we are not introducing. Otherwise, how I am offering them sacred thread, not just see. Anyone from India will understand, he is a first class Brahmin. We are training like this.
Here's another one on that line. Here's another one kind of on that line. How do you feel about women's lib?
He wants to know about the women's liberation. What's our feeling about women?
That I don't want to discuss because as you have asked, I may explain that how foolish women are being cheated by the intelligent man.
Srila Prabhupada is liberating everybody who chant Hare Krishna.
They have given, in your country, they have given you liberty. Liberty means equal rights, is it not? Man and woman has got equal rights.
They're trying.
Huh?
They're trying in this country.
All right, trying. But you, woman, you cannot see that this so-called equal right means cheating the woman. Now, I say more clearly that a woman and man meets, now they become lovers, then they have sex, and the woman becomes pregnant, and the man goes out. The simple woman, she has to take charge of the child and beg from government, alms, please give me money. This is your independence. Do you admit this is independence? That the man makes his woman pregnant and he goes away without any responsibility. And the woman cannot give up the child. She maintains begging from the government. Or she tries to kill the child. Do you think it is very good independence? What is your answer?
So whether or not it's good to kill a child?
Yes, they are killing her about child.
Do you think this is independence? That kind of independence.
For the child?
For the woman. For the woman.
For the woman.
This is liberation. She has an affair with the man. She gets pregnant. The man leaves. Then she has to beg alms from the government to support the child.
Or
she kills the child. So is that good or bad?
Well, she has made the choice.
That means that is 34 hours. You have made your choice to kill your own child. Is that very good choice?
It's the worst crime you could
Her brain's getting rich.
Do you think it is very good business? Huh?
I think this is very complicated question.
Therefore I say they are cheating you in the name of independence. That you do not understand. Therefore 34 hours. They are cheating you and you are thinking you are independent.
They forget the responsibility that comes with freedom.
They do not take the responsibility. They go ahead, they enjoy and go ahead. And the woman has to take the responsibility. Either kill the child and maintain it. Begging. Do you think begging is very good? In India, although their poverty is taken, still they do not remain independent. They remain under the husband. And the husband takes all responsibility. So she has neither to kill the child nor go to beg for maintaining the child. So which is independence? To remain under husband is independence, or to become free, to be enjoyed by everyone?
That's not where freedom is anyway.
Huh?
That's not where the freedom is.
So there is no freedom, still they think that there is freedom. That means under some plea, the men are cheating the woman. That's all. So in the name of independence, they have agreed to be cheated by another class. This is the situation.
In spite of that, can a woman know Krishna as...
We have no such distinction.
No distinction?
We give Krishna consciousness both to the woman and man equally. We do not make any such distinction. But to protect them from this exploitation by man, we teach something that you do like this, you do like that. You be married, be settled up, don't wander independently. We teach them. But so far Krishna consciousness is concerned, we equally distribute. There is no such thing that, oh, you are woman, less intelligent or more intelligent, therefore you cannot have. We don't say that. We welcome woman, man, poor, rich, everyone. Because in that platform, equality. Vidya vinaya sampanne, brahmani, gavi, hastini, suniteto, sapate, pandita, samadarishina. We do not refuse anyone. That is equality.
How do you deal with negativity? In the outside world, the devotees encounter negativity every day with people that are not interested. How, not just on the outside world, but how does one deal with that within? How does one relieve oneself of that negativism?
Negativity is just like we say, no illicit sex. We say, teach our students, no illicit sex. Do you think it is negative? Or
the situation is that other people think that it's negative and therefore they feel negatively towards us. So how should we react to that? That's what she's saying.
Well, how do you deal with it within yourself, you know?
What do you mean negativity within yourself?
Not just criticism, but
if
you get a lot of people that are working against you all the time, here you're surrounded by people that are positive and that are reinforcing. But when you get yourself in the outside world in a position where there are people that are draining you and taking your energy, how do you replenish that energy? How do you...
How do we stay fixed when there are so many people against us? She wants to know how we stay fixed when there are so many people against us.
So, nobody is against you? Do you think nobody is against you? I'm asking you.
Do I think nobody's against me? Oh, there's people for me, against me, that don't care about me.
So there are against and for. Why do you bother about the against? as there are some people against us, there are many people for us. So that is the position in every field of activity. So if somebody is against us, why should we bother about it? Let us go on with our positive work.
If, for instance, if the day goes by and a devotee meets only with people that are against him, he makes bad contacts, and he feels drained, how does he...
Our devotee is not so fickle. They go to the person who is against us and induces him to purchase a book. We are selling books daily, a huge amount. So, there is no question of against us. Anyone who is even against us, he is persuaded to purchase one book. So how is against us? He is purchasing a book. What is the daily amount of sale?
We sell about 25,000 books and magazines a day.
What is the price?
The collection would probably be around $35,000 to $40,000 a day.
We are collecting $40,000 a day by selling books. How I can say they are against us?
Positive.
Huh?
You're very positive.
Where is there any other institution who can sell $40,000 a day? So how do you say that they are against us?
My last question. Could you tell me about the Hare Krishna mantra, because it's so important to Krishna consciousness, and I'd like to have...
It is very simple. Hare means, oh the energy of Lord, and Krishna means, oh Lord. Both of you kindly engage me in your service. That's all. Both of you, Krishna and his energy. Just like here we have got conception of male and female. Similarly, originally, God and his energy. God is male and energy female, Prakriti and Purush. This idea of male and female, where from it comes? And God is manufacturing so many male and female. So, the male and female idea, where from it comes? It comes from God. He is the origin of everything. So the female or Prakriti or energy of God, and God himself is called Purusha. So we are appealing both God and his energy combined together, engage us in their service. This is Hare. O Hare means O the energy of God, O Krishna, O Lord, both of you take care of me and engage me in your service. This is it.
Okay, thank you. And
Your questions also? We answer?
May I ask you a few questions? Could you please tell me a little bit about your life and how you knew that you were the spiritual master for the Krishna consciousness movement?
My life is simple. I was householder. I have still my wife, my children, my grandson. So my Guru Maharaj ordered me to go and preach this cult in the Western country. So I left everything on the order of my Guru Maharaj, and I am trying to execute the order.
And is this picture here the man?
Yes, he is my Guru Maharaj.
And he's no longer living.
No.
He spoke to his spiritual.
So this is my life. That's all.
At what point was it that he told you to do this? It was very late in your life? It was very late in your life that you...
Yes, when I was 25 years old, I met him first. On the first meeting, he ordered me to this. So at that time I was married man. I had 2 children. So I thought I should do it later on, but I was trying to get out of family life. It took some time, but I was trying my best to carry out his order. In 1944, I started a magazine, Back to Godhead, when I was Grihastha. Then I started writing books in 1958 or 59. In this way, in 1955, I came to your country.
You have said that you are very small and that you are not God, and yet it appears to me as an outsider that the devotees treat you as if you were God.
Yes, that is devotee's duty. Just like a government officer. Personally, he is not very important. As so long he executes government order, he should be respected as government. That is the way. Even an ordinary policeman comes, you have to respect him, because he is government man. But that does not mean he is God. He is respected. Sakshat vrittena samasta shastri yuktas tatha bhav bataye. If that man thinks that I have become government, people are respecting him, then he is foolish. So, but it is the etiquette, if the government man comes, he should respect him as government.
Along the same idea, I wonder also about the many the beautiful material things that the devotees bring to you. And, for instance, when you left the airport, you left in a beautiful, big, fancy car. And I wonder about this because...
That is teaching them how to respect. If you respect government man as government, then you must treat him like that. If you respect spiritual master as God, then you must offer him the facilities of God. Otherwise, how you treat him as God? Simply in mind, in action also.
I'm sorry, what was the last you said?
If the spiritual master is treated as God, so he must practically show that he is treating as God. So, God travels by golden car. If the spiritual master is offered ordinary motor car, so still it is not sufficient. Because he has to be treated like God. So what is this motor car for God? They are still deficient. If God comes to your home, will you bring him in ordinary motor car? Or you arrange for a golden car? If you treat him as God. So, your point is that they offer me nice motor car. I say that is not sufficient. That is still lacking to treat him as God. Be practical.
Yesterday I met a devotee from New York who said that there were many people present at the festival from other planets and that you could see them. Is that true?
Yes. Everyone can see. If you have eyes, you can see. But if you have no eyes, therefore you are envious because they have a nice motorcar. So you have to make your eyes to see. A blind man cannot see. The eyes have to be treated. How to see?
Is this true also of your other senses?
Every senses. If you want to see something, you must be turned up. How to see? The scientist is seeing something through the microscope. And you want to see with naked eyes. How it is possible to see? You must adopt the process to see. Then you can see everything.
I have just one more question, and that is also from an outsider's point of view. It appears to me that one of the most difficult aspects of Krishna consciousness for someone to accept who's brought up outside of that point of view is the deities. The deities, and the idea that they represent Krishna. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. At the present moment, because you are not trained up to see Krishna, so Krishna kindly appears before you, as you can see. You can see wood, stone. You cannot see what is spirit. Even you don't see yourself, you are thinking of this body. But you are spirit soul. You are seeing your father and mother daily, and when the father and mother dies, you cry. Why you are crying? Now my father is gone. Now where is your father gone? He is lying here. Why do you say he is gone? What is that thing which is gone? Why you say my father is gone although lying on the bed? You have seen daily your father. Now you say my father is gone. So but he is lying on the bed. So who has gone? What is your answer?
Where is God?
Who is gone? If you see your dead father and you say that he's passed away, what has passed away?
Who is that father?
Only his material body is gone.
Material body is there, lying on the bed.
His body is there.
What
You say my
is
father
gone?
is gone, so what is gone?
Well, his spirit is
Have you seen that spirit?
No.
Therefore you cannot see the spirit, and God is supreme spirit. Therefore, to show kindness upon you, he has appeared just like wood and stone, so that you can see. He is everything. He is spirit and matter, everything. But you cannot see him as spiritual identity. Therefore he has appeared in material form so that you can see. This is deity. He is God, but you cannot see him in his original spiritual form at the present moment. Therefore, out of his unbounded mercy, he has appeared before you just like made of wood and stone, so that you can see. Hare. This gentleman.
This is my father.
Oh,
Grace?
thank you very much.
My mother.
So you are all fortunate. You have got such a nice son. Yes. and he is giving you the best service by becoming Krishna conscious. Don't think that he is out of home, he is lost. No, he is giving you the best service.
Well, we're very pleased with him and what's happening. Thank you for helping him find happiness and serenity, which we've been able to find through your order.
Thank you. A very good boy.
What's amazing to me is where you get the strength to keep the pace that you have. Tell me how you do that. I'm some years you're a junior and I have a difficult pace.
The process is genuine. The process which I recommend and they follow, then it is here. Just like the physician, he gives you medicine and he gives you the process, the dose, how to take the medicine, how to take the diet. If the patient follow, then he's cured. This process of God realization can be accepted by human being. It doesn't matter where he is born, either in India or outside India, it doesn't matter. Any human being can take it up.
The following is an interview between His Divine Swami Prabhupada and radio station KPFK Los Angeles, recorded June 27th, 1969 in Los Angeles.
Your Grace, what is the basis of your teachings?
The basis of this teaching is Bhagavad Gita as it is. And I have already published my book, this Bhagavad Gita as it is. This book is not new. It is very old book, at least 5,000 years old, and it is very widely read all over the world. In your country, I have seen there are about more than 25 different editions, English. Similarly, there is in German language, in England, in Japan, everywhere, all over the country, this book is very widely known. Bhagavad Gita. In other words, this is Krishna consciousness. The speaker of this book is Lord Krishna. And the subject matter of this book is what is our relationship with God. Then, after understanding what is our relationship with God, we can work accordingly. Just like you are a citizen of America, you have got a particular relationship with the state, and you are expected to work according to that relationship, then you are a good citizen, you are law-abiding citizens, and state gives you all protection, and you can improve to the highest perfectional state. Similarly, if we know our relationship with God, whom we call Krishna. Krishna means all attracting. And that is the perfect name of God. Unless God is all attractive, He cannot be God. God cannot be Hindu's God or Christian's God, a Jew's God, a Mohammedan's God. No. God is for everyone. And He is all attractive. He is fully opulent he is fully in knowledge, perfect in knowledge, perfect in beauty, perfect in enunciation, perfect in fame, perfect in strength. In this way, he is all attractive. So, we must know our relationship with God. That is the first subject matter of this book, Bhagavad Gita, as it is. Then, if we understand our relationship, we can act accordingly. At the present moment, some of us are declining God. There is no God. Some of them have little conception of God. God is great, but they do not try to understand what is actual relationship with God. They are not very serious. In this way, practically, we are avoiding our eternal relationship with God, and therefore we cannot act properly. And that is the cause of all miseries. That is the cause of all problems. Just like if you do not know the state laws, then you do not act properly. You are always criminal. For example, if you do not know how to drive, keep to the right, if you drive to the left, you may think, oh, it is after driving, what does it matter, right or left? But no, as soon as you drive left, you become criminal. Similarly, because we do not know our relationship with God, therefore we are acting wrongly. And therefore, under the laws of God, we are becoming more and more criminal. And our problems are increasing. Therefore, in spite of advancement of education, science, civilization, a nice dress, car, and everything, nobody trusts nobody. You see? Everywhere you go, a gentleman's house, beware of the dog. No trespasser allowed. All are suspicious. An individual person is suspicious of another individual person. A nation is suspicious of another nation. A community is suspicious of another community. So how can you have peace and prosperity? Suspiciousness means animalistic. A dog is suspicious of another dog. As soon as it finds another dog, it immediately begins to bark. Oh. So is that human civilization? So what is the mistake of the human civilization? The mistake of the human civilization is that they have forgotten the relationship with God. Here is the scientific statement of our relationship with God. And then, according to that relationship, exactly in the same way, just like understanding your relationship, your citizenship in a state, you can act nicely. Similarly, if you know our relationship with God, we can act very nicely, and that is peaceful life. And besides that, this life, the present life, is not all. We have got life after death. That is a fact. Just like we are continuously in life, in this present life. You were a child, I was a child. Every one of us were a child. That was a life. Then we became boy. Then we became youth. Now I am becoming old. And generally, when this body will be useless, I will have to take another body. This is the way. Unfortunately, the people, they do not believe in the next life. Although in everyday affair they are experiencing that I am eternal. I can remember the days of my childhood. I can remember the days of my youthhood, my boyhood, and I am still working. That means I am continuously there, although my body in different ways have changed. So it is a fact that even after changing this body, you will have another body. Just like you are sitting in this room. Now, if you vacate this room, that does not mean you are finished. You have gone in some other room. So this is a great science. And people are neglecting this science. They have no information. There are so many departments in university, technological, medical, engineering. But where is the department to know and understand what is this life, what is God, what is our relationship? This is not very good civilization. So there is life after this life, just like progressive life. A child is progressing to youthhood. The youth is aspiring to become a big man, important man. As in this life there is progressive life. Similarly, life after life there is also progress. There are different grades of life. So, we get information from authoritative books that there are 8,400,000 of different grades of life. And there are 900,000 of aquatic life, 2 million species of plants and trees, about 1,100,000 species of life of birds, 3 million types of species of beasts, and 400,000 species of this human body. Out of that 400,000 different kinds of human bodies, the civilized body is a great boon. And at that time we can make further progress. Either we can transfer to other planets. The standard of living, comforts are many, many thousands times better than this planet. But in this book, Bhagavad Gita as it is, we get information that within this material universe, wherever you go, either you remain in this planet or you go to the moon planet or to the sun planet, or there are millions and trillions of planets, the highest planetary system is called Brahmaloka. There the duration of life is very, very great. You cannot calculate even 12 hours of their days. These are described in this book, Bhagavad Gita as it is. Sahasra Juga Pajyantam Arahajat Brahmano Vidu. 3,000 years is the duration, 403,000 of years, solar year, is the one unit of Juga. Such 1,000 Jugas makes 12 hours of the Brahmalok planet. Similarly, they live there for 100 years. But these four things, namely birth, death, old age and disease, these four things are everywhere. either you live in this planet or moon planet or sun planet or any other planet, the duration of life may be very, very great. Just like in comparison to the ant, our life, human being, we have got 100 years age, so to the ant it may be very astonishing. Oh, how such a great length of time one can live. Similarly, we may be astonished by hearing 12 hours duration of Brahmaloka, but actually there is. But still, you cannot avoid death. Death is there. So from this book, we understand from the version of Krishna or God that Abrahma bhavana lokan punaravartanaj. Even if you go to the highest planetary system, again you have to come back. In this way, all living entities are rotating from one planet to another, from one species of life to another. So, but we don't want this, actually. If I say that if I give you a nice body, youthful body, and eternal body, full of knowledge, would you not like to have it? Nobody likes old age, nobody likes death, nobody likes to die, nobody likes to take birth again, enter into the womb of mother and live there 10 months, we are tight-packed. Nobody likes. But what is the solution? Is there any solution by the scientist? No scientist can say, all right, we shall stop death, we shall stop disease. They can manufacture nice medicine to counteract disease, but they cannot manufacture anything which will stop disease. You can fight against death very nicely, but you cannot stop death. These are the problems. But there is no education in the modern civilization. How to stop death, how to stop disease, how to stop old age, how to stop birth, how to attain eternal life, how to attain blissful life. They have no education. But this Krishna consciousness movement, although it appears a new movement in your country, but it is known to the world, but nobody had previously attempted to put these ideas and movement in practical shape. So that I am doing, that I am attempting. And with this mission, I come to your country with the hope that if the American people take it very seriously, then it will be the greatest contribution to the world. So, I have already published my magazines and my books in this connection. So if people take advantage of this movement, try to understand these books, they will be benefited greatly. That is the basic principle of my teaching.
Your Grace, how does one attain Krishna consciousness?
Now, this is the basic principle of Krishna consciousness. So, for attaining Krishna consciousness, there are several stages. The first stage is faith or inquisitiveness. Just like you have come to me. This is the first stage. Out of inquisitiveness or some faith that these people are teaching Krishna consciousness. We have heard it is very nice. Let us see what it is. This is the first stage. This is the first stage. One should be inquisitive and have little faith or little respect for Krishna consciousness. That is very nice. They are speaking nice word. But this is the first stage. The second stage is that in the first stage, if you find it is interesting, then the second stage is to associate with us, to understand more. Just like we are having our classes 3 days in a week. We are having class in the morning daily, but for public we are holding classes in the evening from 7 to 9 in our temple. Perhaps you know, you had been yesterday there. So we are holding classes there and discussing on this book, having kirtan, distribution of prasadam. Food is very nice. There is no labor. Simply you come, you hear nice songs, you dance, you take nice food, you hear nice philosophy, and you think over, and you may go home. We don't ask anybody that you press your nose like this, you make your head down like this, make exercise like this. We don't ask anybody. But people automatically like to dance with us. Although dance is labor, but they like it. So the next stage is to associate with us, to understand more and more. This is the second stage. First stage, faith and respect, and second stage, association. The third stage, if by association one becomes serious, that I shall become a regular student of Swamiji. That is third stage. That is called initiation. Just like these boys, they are initiated. So, in that stage, they are guided by me. They follow strictly, just like we have got for the initiated students, we have got four principles. We do not allow illicit sex life. No, we do not allow these boys or girls sex life without being married. Yes. This is one regulation. We don't allow them to take anything which is not offered to the deity. So we offer to the deity foodstuff in grains, fruits, flowers, milk products, in that way. No meat, no egg, nothing of the sort. Simple food. They are nutritious. We prepare very, perhaps you have participated in our love feast on Sundays. Yeah? Yeah. They like it. So many hundreds of preparations. We can give at least 300 preparations. Many varieties simply on grains and milk product and fruits. That's all. We don't kill animals, don't kill birds, no. But we make very nice preparation, everyone likes. So, this is one of the restrictions, that you cannot take anything which is not offered to Krishna consciousness. This is the second restriction. The third restriction is no intoxication. No smoking, no drinking, even no tea taking, no coffee taking, nothing. These American boys, they are accustomed to all these habits very naturally, but they are given up. They don't take. In our temple there is no tea taking, no coffee taking, no cigarette smoking, nothing of this sort. This is the third restriction. And the fourth restriction is that you cannot take part in gambling or some unnecessary sporting, because you have to utilize your time. Your time is very short. If you miss this opportunity of human form of life, because you do not know when death is coming. It is not that because I am old, I am nearing death, and you are young, you are not nearing death. Who knows that you may die before me? So there is no certainty. So the principle is that because this human form of life is so important to perfect oneself in Krishna consciousness, he should not waste even a minute. You see? So, therefore we don't allow unnecessary sporting. You see? This is simply waste of time. So, no illicit sex life, no meat eating or animal food, no intoxication, no gambling. So every student has to follow these 4 things, otherwise I don't initiate. I don't take cheap students that you can do whatever you like and you pay me some money, I give you some mantra and you become God. I don't say like that. I don't bluff like that. I have not come to earn money from your country, but I have come to your country to give you something sublime. Not to take you, and not to take from you, not to exploit you, but to give you something sublime. You see. So that is the third stage, initiation. Then, if you are situated in the third stage nicely, that means if you follow the regulative principles under my direction, then the fourth stage automatically comes. After this third stage, the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, up to eighth automatically comes. That is gradual development. So, in the third stage, if you follow the regulative principle and chant with some prescribed number, numerical strength, then your all misgivings will be over automatically. What are these misgivings? The first misgiving is that I am this body. Everyone is under the concept of this body. I am not this body. That is a fact. But body is changing. And there are many examples. One of the examples is a very common example. Suppose a man is dead. Now everybody is crying. And if we ask why you are crying, oh, my son is dead. I can say your son is lying here. Why you are saying that he is dead? Oh, no, he is dead, he is gone. His body is lying. Therefore, he is different from the body. Immediately you can understand. You say, no, he is gone. His body is lying. Don't you say at that time? So you understand at the time of death that the man was different from the body. But during his lifetime, I was taking care of his body only. What did I take care of he? Because I did not know him. You see, this is a misgiving. So Krishna consciousness means purified consciousness, real consciousness. And the next stage, after being freed from misgivings, attachment for the real identity, ruchi. Then ashakti, greater attachment. Then an ecstasy. That ecstasy. Then when I am coming nearer to God, because I am God's, in the beginning I told you that we have forgotten our relationship with God. So when we are out of misgivings, we come to the platform of increasing attachment for God. So this attachment, when it is perfectional stage, it is called love of God. The love is here also. Instead of loving God, we are now loving dog. Love is there. But when you are out of misgivings, you transfer your love from dog to God.